Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I am your host, GameChanger. All right, so on my feed, there was this apparent event in Dallas where only 10 guys showed up, and I don't know, a multitude of women. This isn't the first time this happened in Dallas. Um, Now, this happens everywhere, but Dallas is the place where it seems like women go viral and complain about it the most. Hit the like button. It's like there's this expectation for men to show up for the possibility of getting their box. It's very weird. I mean, everywhere they complain. And you hear about the complaints in Atlanta, you hear about the complaints in Houston, you hear about the complaints in California and various places in California. They all complain about an absence of interested men in the midst of a quote unquote male loneliness epidemic. Women, there is a loneliness epidemic. And really what a loneliness epidemic is a sexless epidemic. Let's keep it a buck. But there is a quote unquote loneliness epidemic. Times have not been better for women, particularly unattractive women, than it has been today. Let's be clear. Like they know it too. They know it. But what they expect is for guys to go to events to entertain them. See, when a man approaches a woman, it becomes a win-win-win for a woman. At that point, not only does she win, it's not even a matter of if she wins or loses. For the man, it's whether he wins or loses, depending on her response. For a woman, it's really like, how do I wish to win at this point? Do I want to win by marrying the guy? Do I want to win by shooting him down? Because, ain't nothing like shooting down a popping ass ninja. Do I want to win by taking him on a couple of dates and, getting as much time from him as possible without giving up any? Do I want to win by getting some for the evening? See, it's not really a matter of if they win at that point. It's a matter of how they win. And chances are it's going to be a matter of how you lose as a man. So guys don't want to play that game. But while y'all coming in the comment section, I'm going to do the short, not too short, of the day. I haven't seen this yet. This comes from the Ask 100 Questions podcast. It's up and coming, so give them a shout out. It says, from interviewing to sister wife recruiting. Okay. I think he's in Atlanta, which is another place where you hear the women complain. Is this what you... I'm not too impressed. I'm not attracted to any of these women. That's the best way to state it. It looks like this one may be married, but we'll see.
The underground. My name is Jenna Rain, and I'm with my girl Keita out here. Hey, Keita, where you from?
I'm from Baltimore.
Baltimore. Yes. I'm from Virginia.
Oh, okay, yes. DMV. I love
757 DMV. You already know. And today we out here just on Ask 100, asking a couple of questions. Let me get in your business a little bit, Keita.
Okay, come on.
Neither of these women are capable of crossing their legs. Neither of these women are capable of crossing their legs. Neither of these women are capable of crossing their legs. They sit with their legs open because their thighs automatically touch, covering their vaginas. Well, one of them have on jeans. So they really don't have to, but I don't think they can cross their legs.
You out here today?
I'm just out here recording videos, trying to meet people like you.
Oh, okay. Good to meet you.
You too.
I see you're beautiful. You looking for a boo or you already got a boo?
I'm low key looking for a boo, but I ain't worried about having a boo. So I got me one little.
Oh, okay. Is it like a sneaky link or is it your
It's
thing?
fresh.
Oh, it's fresh. Well, I'm married. Are
I
you
love
open to being a
it.
sister wife? Because you
I-
thick.
Oh. No, but I'm not gay.
Oh, you can
I'll
be
be
gay sometimes.
side
A little bit.
bitch.
Oh, you be a side bitch?
With permission.
With permission. I'm in the voyeurism, so we might be all right. Give me some. Give me some. Did you see any prospects out here today? Anything you might be interested in?
Like as far as a relationship?
Well, not relationship, a hookup. It's the 4th of July. Celebrate your independence, girl.
Okay.
Okay.
That.
A little fun. Did you see anything?
I'm gonna make up my own meeting the 4th of July because it ain't what they say it is.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, me, I'm always into looking to do new things and try new things and different things. Well, tell me the wildest thing you ever did on a holiday. And since you're not in Baltimore, since you've been out here, what's some freaky shit you done did?
Oh my God. The freakiest thing I probably did. Was I don't know. It's just
Girl, you seem like you might be a little.
like,
Yeah, you look like you might be a little closet. You know what I mean?
What
A
else
little
is
bit.
there? Yeah.
I don't know. All right, so you say you're not gay.
Oh.
So have you ever had a menage a trois? 2 on 1?
No, I haven't.
Ever thought about it?
I mean, in conversation when people bring it up.
Okay. Well, okay. So tell me something you would like to do.
Like Diddy wrong, but people like to have those type of occasions.
I don't see nothing wrong with what Diddy did other than messing with underage chicks and young chicks. Ain't nothing wrong with a little freaky.
He had money. He could fly people state to state. Yeah, he could afford to be a freak.
Come on now.
Yeah.
How many men do you know, or how many times have you gave a hoe a ride to a dick appointment? Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's what it is. We're again. I'm Jenna Rain, and this is Keita, and we're on Ask 100 at the 4th of July at the Underground. Until next time.
Man, Mike was muted the whole time. That sucked. That really, really sucked. And they're not hot. And that sucked. All right. So I'm gonna stop right there. And yeah. Let's see. Let's see what you have to say. That dark skinned girl, man, is definitely a pimp. You know, I do notice, and I have noticed back when pimping was more popular, that it's nothing like the movies of the 70s, like the Mac or something like that. The women almost always are ridiculously less attractive than the man. And in the cases where the women are more attractive than the man, it's he's really more of an administrator than what they would describe on the HBO shows as a real true PIMP, meaning that he's not Like when they describe on the show, it's like she goes out and work and pays 100% of her box money, and she does it because he looks good in a hat. That's what they make it appear to be. That's how they sensationalize the lifestyle. But with the attractive ones, it's really more like I'm either addicted to drugs or I understand that I can do better with my money. If I give it to him, it will go further. Meaning that I have this commodity, but I'm terrible with money. So, you make sure that the bills are paid and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's something like that. Either way, but you're right. She might be, I'm not saying pimped out in the sense that she's a destitute, but it does seem like somebody in the world is probably trying to capitalize off her looks. And because she's not the hottest out there, it's not going to be much capital. So really, he's just capitalizing off of the quote unquote male loneliness epidemic, which means male thirst epidemic, which means that less attractive women are now being considered. And that's about it. And I did notice that there were more attractive women to interview in the background than this woman here. So I don't even know what that's about. But we're going to get into some more. I mean, it wasn't his best video, but there are others to come. All right. So, but before we get into that, let me get into what sparked this conversation. I'm going to talk about what sparked this conversation. Y'all hit that like button and tell me if I'm lagging or anything like that. All right. Give me one moment. This one. He says, I'm struggling to understand what these women are saying. Elaborate on that. Because I get what you're saying. Like, what their general message is that it don't make sense. And that's what I'm going to get into on this show. As far as, I'm not really taking relationships too seriously, but how come the men aren't here? It's like, why would they go to some place to get with women who are not taking relationships seriously? If they want a relationship, then they would want to get at somebody who takes it as seriously as they do. So is that what you're saying? Let me know. All right. So there was a guy here, and this is on the Charles in Charge podcast. All right, y'all hit that like button. Share audio. Tell me if I have trouble hearing it. Let's see if I can fast forward to where the other dude was talking. That's the dude it's his podcast. Shout out to him.
What stopped you or prevented you from going? Go ahead and leave your comments down below. Let's get into it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Brandon's Boom Boom Room. I don't even know where to begin. I thought a lot of people was going to pull up to the event. Long story short, not a lot of people came. Who did come? A lot of women. Crazy to say. Tonight's episode, fellas, this one's for you. The first one.
I don't know what this guy deal is. First of all, let's break down what he was saying. Not a lot of people came, but who did came was a lot of women. Women are people, unless you think differently. Women are people. So if a lot of women came, then a lot of people came. Why is a man concerned about a favorable male to female ratio? Like, oh man, there's more buns than hot dogs. Well, you're a hot dog, so now you should be guaranteed a bun, right? Maybe I should pause on that.
Let me apologize to the ladies. I'm sorry. On behalf of my kind, I apologize. I'm gonna have to go to sleep and think about what type of footage I'm about to put out to y'all.
Okay.
Have y'all really see what the issue is. It's not just the community. It's us, the men.
Holy crap.
Disappointed in us. To all the fellas that follow me, to all the fellas that's gonna see this, you should have seen. I wish y'all could have seen the women's faces.
We're gonna see
tonight. If you could have seen their faces and how disappointed they look, that no man was up in that joint. Now let me back up something. There was a couple. It was a handful.
It's amazing that you're not counting yourself. You actually said no man. You go to a singles event with a favorable male to female ratio. And what are you doing? You're sitting there looking at how disappointed the women are. I can't make this up. Some brothers are so cucked. They're so hypersensitive to the plight of women, particularly black women, that they can't even enjoy themselves. You think women are doing that? You think women ever go to an event? And let's just say it's 2-1. Or let's just say it's a bunch of men and very few women. You think they're just saying, oh, women, we got to step it up some. We need more women in here. Or do they just enjoy the pick of the litter? Now, I'm going to point something out. Actually, I'm just going to, spoiler alert. This guy is not going to say what his experience was, how he benefited from this particular imbalance. It's like, oh, okay, so there are very few guys, a bunch of women. How many did you smash? Nothing. How many did you walk on with? Nothing. How many numbers did you get that led to something substantive? Nothing.
All of us. You can count how many fellas was in there with two hands. It was at least about 10 of us, if that. I really wish I was lying. I really wish I was capping right now. But no lie, there was at least about 10 fellas up in there, and including me. I'm out here trying to defend us, fellas. I'm out here telling the ladies that we want them.
We don't need your damn defense. Nobody needs your damn... Wait a minute. Where are you defending? A guy that would just as soon stay home than to go out, kick it with you and not get any?
You already got them in my comments talking about we don't even want black women, and that's insane. And they think we want white women or any other ethnic backgrounds except them. So
do they want you? Do they want you? Oh, Jesus. I got to defend the reputation of black men and make it seem like we want black women, even when we're sitting here not with black women, but we still want them.
Out here trying to defend us, so I don't know what to think no more.
All these singles events, the city's not really.
Okay. Shout out to Charles and Charles podcast. another panderer trying to, I don't know. Somebody said in the chat room that he might be hopefully he is promoting. I will say I've been to Dallas. I didn't find the women there particularly ugly or beautiful. So, and we're going to see the event, and we're going to, interview some of the women who went to the event. And for him to say beautiful, there are a few places in the world where I would say the women are beautiful, and these are the places that you'd expect beautiful women. Top of the list would be Miami. LA women, at least back when I went years ago, not only were they beautiful in the face, they were exceptionally young looking, the black ones at least. Each of whom looked around 10 years younger than they actually were, to the point where, and I remember I was in my 20s, and my partner was like, "Hey, GC, she into you." And I was like, "Ninja, trying to get me in trouble? If I get locked up out here, I ain't affiliated with any of y'all Southern California ninja stupidness. I'm not red or blue. I didn't grow up with y'all. I'm not trying to get locked up on no foolishness." He's like, "Nah, she's 24. She looked all of like 14 or some crap like that with a body." But that's how it is out there. Was kicking it with the homie, and the dude came up and started talking to him. And I didn't even think nothing of it. I thought it was his partner. That was his dad. I was like, dang, they be looking young. Like everybody just looked younger there. But still, Miami's at the top of the list. I'm not going to get into. I'm not going to rank places, but I will say that Dallas is not. I spend a lot of time in Dallas, and I never really say Dallas is like where the ladies at, ever. And it's not like Mississippi or something. It's not like a place that I'm like repulsed by the women, but it's just like, oh, Dallas. Like if I heard a woman's voice over the phone and she said I'm from Dallas, I wouldn't get excited. Like I wouldn't be like, oh, okay. There's a higher chance that she looks good. That's not the case. That Dallas is not the place for that thinking. In fact, we're going to go into now what Dallas is, and we're going to look at some TikToks of the women who actually went to the event. All right, so. And there was one that was nice, and I did like a deep dive into her because I'm attracted to attractive women. And also I want to, in answering the question why she's still single, I want to like explore more often. So I'm going to do that deep dive too. By the way, it's not going to absent all negatives. I'm not going to give her of this episode award. All right, so share screen. Now this woman here is heavily filtered in the background here. She's heavily filtered, and there's always a drop in a disappointment when you see filters like this when you meet them in real life. But nevertheless, nice tits though. Let's take a listen.
Recently posted online and shared her experience with attending a professional singles mixer event. She states that she drove nearly an hour, 47 minutes to get to the event, and when she arrived, there were no men there, not one. And here is the empty bar. You can see that there are only women across the bar, no men other than the men who work in the building. So she posted to her social media basically asking, why don't men go to these single events? Especially those of you who whine and complain on the internet about it. Why don't y'all come to these events so you can meet a woman?
Okay, I didn't read this before because I was just listening to it, and it's kind of low. That's not me, that's her. Because the volume is up here. Let me see if the volume is the computer volume, but no, that's just her. But but I am going to read this for the first time. It says, "Why don't Dallas men go to singles events, especially the ones on the internet? Mad they don't have a lady. It's plenty of beautiful women out here, great women. Okay, okay. Y'all see what these bras are doing? This whole, I hear you complaining. Why don't you go to singles events? Gee, I guess nobody's thought about that, huh? No one came up with that bright idea, huh? Kind of like the people who are hungry. Well, why don't you go to the grocery store? Like, oh, I didn't think of that. Are the unemployed people? Well, why don't you check the newspaper? Or a sick person? Why don't you go to the hospital? It's that type of oversimplification.
to these events so you can meet a woman. Let's go through some of the responses because the men are behaving and saying exactly what you would expect them to. So, this is from men directly from the horse's mouth on why they don't attend singles mixer events. So, of course, one man brought up the bear. Basically, why should we go to singles events when y'all already said you feel safer around wild animals?
Hmm.
Instakino is broke and complaining about the cost of
I don't see the wild animals comment. Let's see. Is it possible we're kept in a loop? How did it go? Wishing you the best, beautiful. Okay, so um, I don't know if that's a guy that said that, but let's see what this guy said because I'm missing the whole bear thing that she's talking about. Man's going to a singles event is like a man paying for rejection. Facts. Facts. I can't read past the thing, but it says some singles events is ladies get in for free while men pay to get in, pay for drinks and food just to get rejected by a shit loaf of women. Ooh, you spitting truth. Thanks. We'd rather get rejected on a dating, I'm assuming he's saying app, singles event like or nightclubs is benefit from it. Yeah, pretty much. You know, he's spot on with that. I mean, women think that, well, we're here. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Like, well, pretty women are at this event. Like, no. What are the chances that I get a return on my investment? Women saying that they are here is like saying, like a casino saying that slot machines are here. Or like a stockbroker saying, well, there's stocks. No, if I invest in this particular stock, what are the chances that I get a return on my investment?
dating. Because Instaskino is so broke, he states that he prefers to use dating apps. Ladies, I keep telling y'all to get off those dating apps because this is what is on there. Another man states that the men that women want wouldn't even need to attend these events. Another one states that men do not want modern women.
Huh. So this man said that the men that women want wouldn't attend these events. Now, I don't think that that's necessarily the case, but I do think that it has become the case because women see it that way. So follow me for a second, because women do this a lot, and it shows in their shopping habits or something like that. Like they could buy a product from one store, like say a dress or something like that, and they say, okay, this is the dress that I want. Now, if that same dress was sold at Ross or something like that, they will say, I don't want that dress. The dress that I want wouldn't be sold at Ross. They're not looking at the dress, they're looking at where it was sold. How something is sold to them is as important, is possibly more important than what it actually is. This is woman's logic. So yes, a man in a singles event is looked down upon because she's thinking like, well, he wouldn't have to be in the singles event, even if, meaning that he would have a better chance had he met her somewhere else. You already lose points with many women just by being at a singles event. Really, just by looking for women, you're losing points. Well, the man I want should already have a woman. Then you don't want a single man. Women are stupid like that.
Men, more complaining about the cost of dating, and yet again, more of them complaining about the cost of dating. Black women, you must stop handing over your resources in the hopes of finding what does not exist. The reason that men don't attend these singles events is because one, most of them already have a woman. Most men are not single. And two, they don't feel like they have to spend resources in order to get to know you. It's very simple.
She says resources a lot. But you can see that the host here is angling for resources. They're not looking for men. They're angling for resources. She's upset that they're not looking to spend their resources. And men are stating that I don't want to spend my resources. The first one straight out said, like, I'm paying to get rejected. And she's like, these men why are they complaining about paying to get rejected? Dominic said something. I'm going to respond to this. Most men aren't single. Okay. I don't know whether they are or they aren't, to be perfectly honest with you. I will say that she don't look at a single man as a man. The way she looks at it is, if he was worth anything, then another woman would have gotten him. Even though that woman got him while he was single, but she's stupid like that. Once again, y'all got to learn how to speak stupid. You got to learn how to speak stupid.
Anyone promising you a unicorn, anyone telling you that if you do this, you're going to meet the perfect man, that if you do that, you're going to meet the perfect man, is lying to you. They are lying to you and stealing your money. The men that y'all are looking for do not exist. And if you insist on searching for them, do not spend any of your money to do so.
A woman recently.
Okay, that was the men that you want doesn't exist. Well, maybe you should change the type of man that you want. I'm never going out my way to meet a strange XY. Okay. At my church, the singles event are always full of women, yet our pastor gets so many prayer requests from men to find a good woman. Why don't you? Well, actually, why don't the pastor say, hey, you should come to our singles event? There's a lie in here somewhere. Could just go to conferences, even if you're not in the industry. And that's what I'm talking about. You see, you lose respect of women going to singles events. They would rather go to where you are and you're not looking for a woman. Because in their twisted mind, if you're looking for a woman, you are less than. But if you just so happen to be at a conference and they just so happen to be at a conference alone in their best titty popping dress, then that's okay. You're not pathetic. You're just single and you just, at a conference. Afrotech, anyone? It's stuff like that. Okay. Moving on to the next one.
The reason why men are going to singles mixers, especially in Dallas, it's not a prize to win a bill. It's not a prize to win a bill. I want y'all to know the second you go to these singles events and you're in there and there's a mutual meetup, after that mutual meetup, there's nothing, it goes back to regular. It still goes back to you pay for it and you hope that she reciprocates. It still goes back to she's dating and she went to an event to find men to date. And then when she leaves here, she probably has other pursuers or some type of, like, if I found her attractive, then most likely somebody else found her attractive. I'm not the only genius in the city. So if I went up to her and I said, oh, you're pretty, I want to take you out. How many other times this week am I going to have to worry about that? Because not only is she just an attractive woman, she's an attractive woman that's getting out looking to be in mixers and stuff like that. Like, what? Like, well, I like you and I want to build with you, but you've made it to the point where you've got so many options, or you've got.
I'm going to stop right there for a second. There are those. And then there are the ones who don't have like a lineup of dates and stuff. And however, these are women who are content being single. And that's a lot. There's a lot of women in the US that are content being single. Even if they don't know it. And these are the ones who will go to a singles event and it'll be their first, or maybe, it'll be the only time they went to one in a year. These women are single like 364 days of the year, but every now and again, they just got to get out. Now, the event, whether it's speed dating, whether it's a mixer or something like that, the event satiate their needs for company because they don't have a strong need for company other than their dog. So this event, they already got what they needed. They don't need a date. That was their date. That was their date. They put it like this. Some are just there to get out the house. There, I said it.
So many opportunities to go on dates. I'd be like, I don't want to date no girl. I don't want to date no woman that's on 4 dates a week while I'll only get one of them with her. I don't. And these singles mixers are either women that can't get a date in the first place, like just can't, like don't have the je ne sais quoi, don't have the, y'all say all Dallas women are pretty. All Dallas women are very well put together. I'm from Atlanta, baby. We play different. Dallas women are very well put together. Very well put together. Way better than Atlanta women. But if we're talking about just like physical attraction, don't even play with it. Dallas women are put together very well. But this idea that there's just tens walking around Dallas, I know it's not. And I'm not comparing it to myself. I'm comparing it just to general knowledge. But I will say, men are not going to these singles events because nobody's in a rush to pick up a bill. I walk you out of there. We have a great night. Next thing you know, the very next day, I got a good morning test. I got to do all. I'm much rather. I'm a man. I'm a hunter gatherer. I'd rather catch in the wild. Yeah, catch me in some mossy oak or something. The reason why men are going to singles mixers, especially in Dallas,
it's better to meet people organically doing stuff, enjoy the, enjoy, and you stumble upon someone who has the same interests. Yeah. I mean, and they respect that more. Because when you go out looking for it directly, first of all, there's this there's this feeling of power. Like the whole power dynamic is there. It's like you're here looking for me. So right now her head is already blown up and she's looking down upon you because you're begging for what she got. So while she stands there in judgment, like, what do you have to offer me? That whole power dynamic is not hot to them. It doesn't put you in the best light. They think men are just walking around life saying, whose bill am I going to? I think should be going to pay today. Yeah. That was a lot of sixes. Rare, you'll see nines and tens. That's everywhere. Find a six though. Okay. Bro, I'm gonna let y'all know something. I hate it when white dudes say bro. And I know that's pretty much all they do now. And it's not that it's cultural appropriation, even though it is. It's just, well, maybe it is that. It's like, you stole my shit. Yeah. It used to weird me out, but they do it so much now that it's just the fist bump too. Okay. Let's see. I went to one. She asked for my number, asked to go to lunch, had me meet her dog, and then ghosted me immediately. Yeah. So once again, it's a win, no matter, like, on every level for a woman. The moment you approach, that's what she wanted from me. She wanted a little bit of time and a little bit of attention and someone to keep her dog company, I guess. Go to the event to get added to a roster. So yeah, this is how fellas are understanding. This is the conclusion that we've come to.
All right, y'all. Come with me to a dating singles event at
Yeah. Yeah. So she was there.
a bowling alley, and I'm gonna let y'all know how it goes. So this is my first attempt to dating outside of being on apps. So yeah.
Type in the chat room. What is GC's take on women with septum rings? Hit the like button. Oh, crap. Hold on. Just checking the music. All right, so she's taking us to the event. There's a guy, looks like he works there. Yeah, trying to hype up this empty event. A bunch of biggins. Keep in mind that she's the one holding the phone. She's the one holding the phone. So there's one biggin holding the phone, pointing the phone at another biggin. This one, has a decent shape. Biggin. Okay, there's a guy there. All right, let's see.
So I'm just getting home from like a singles event. It was like a singles event that was in a bowling alley, and it was a good time. So they have little bands. I'm gonna drop the clips in here, but the red is if you're looking for a relationship, and then this yellow one is like casual dating. I don't know why I have this because I'm not looking for anything casual. But
You got the yellow band because you are open to a casual relationship with somebody who is more handsome than you are pretty, hoping that casual relationship will will end in something more permanent. What's the point in taking it off now?
it was a good time with the event. Like I wasn't like super or like hopeful or anything. I just went just to be able to say, hey, like I'll go outside to like, try to go meet people rather than being online. As expected, it's always mostly women. It was some guys, but a lot of them had on another wristband, but it was for a sneaky link because that's what you're looking for. So I just had a good time just being able to just be there, listen to music, vibe out. And like I said, just be able to like say like I was around people and not like putting myself out there, so to say. Because I be coming for y'all and saying how y'all gonna be going outside, but y'all expect this man to just knock on your front door whole time. That'd be me. So I was like, okay, let me go to this event. So it was a good time. The thing that I love the most about like living out here in Dallas is that it's always going to be something to do, especially like singles events. I see like singles events like often. I don't personally think that these guys out here like need somebody for real. I feel like it's not really hard to find like a good woman. So I just feel like it's so.
It's not hard to find a good woman. I'm gonna let y'all think about that for a second. So, is she really under the delusion that good women are easy to find? Okay. Whenever a woman says this, because I actually tasked Danica Marie, shout out to her, with this same thing, but she didn't really need it. But if they're easy to find, ask them to find one. Ask them to find a good woman that they are willing to hook their brother up with. If they are so easy to find,
Many of us, but when it comes to like a quality man, I feel like that is where the scarcity is. But that's just my opinion. If I'm wrong, like let me know that too. Me and my friends.
it's not your opinion. It's your definitions that's the problem. Because you said a good woman and a quality man. So the fact that you use two different words, means that you have two different definitions. So what you define as a good woman is probably a broader definition. And what you define as a quality man is probably a narrow definition, meaning like only, 2% or less of the population qualifies for that. But, a good woman, that's, 90% of women are good, according to you. Let me tell you something. If you're fat, you're no good. Let's start right there. If you are fat, you are no good. You're a bad mother, you're a bad girlfriend, and you're a bad thing to look at. So, that definition alone, we're not even going to go into all the other stuff that makes a woman good. Part of what makes a woman good is her figure, is her not fatness. Then there's the mentality that goes along with being fat. It means that, listen, I'm going to try to shape the world to accept me, than shaping myself to be accepted in the world. It also means that I do not feel that the man who I am going to be with deserves the best. I feel that he should settle for less. Also, it means that you either got fat DNA or you eat like crap, either which will affect the kids. You're going to feed your kids crap. Another thing, I don't think my penis can fit in a fat woman's vagina. I think that their legs, their thighs press together so much that I won't be able to get my penis in it. I think Fantastic was telling me that there's a trick or some type of position you could do to alleviate that problem, but I don't really care enough to find out. Quite frankly, the whole thought of it disgusts me. but it's an overall sign of laziness, meaning that you're not a good woman.
We always go back and forth, letting like each other know, like, hey, like I feel like dudes have it easier because there's so many good girls out here, educated women, whatever kind of woman you want, it's a woman out.
Okay, whatever kind I want, huh? As long as you want fat ones. Okay, let's see. I want dark skin, slim waist, C cup or better. I want her to be able to sing. I want her to have some sort of gymnastics training or cheerleading training, meaning that she must be able to hit cartwheels or float like a ballerina. Did I say she has to be able to sing? She has to be able to cook. She has to have worked professionally in housekeeping. She must be the younger half of a twin sister pairing. She must not be born the same day as her twin sister, meaning that if they are 6 minutes apart, that 6 minutes would have had to have happened at nighttime so that the older one can get the birthday the day before. Why? Because I do not want to celebrate her birthday on the same day as her sister's birthday. I want her to be left-handed. I want her to be double jointed at the thighs, and I want her to be bisexual. You see the crap that they try to bestow, like, you know, oh yes, it's good women all around, as long as your definition of good is shit. That's like saying prison is full of good food. Okay. And good company.
Out there, you know, as we know, of course, there's a lot more women, you know, on earth than men. But nonetheless, that's just, you know, what I wanted to share after like coming home and everything. It is like 2:34 in the morning, but I had to give y'all this update to let y'all know your girl is outside. Okay. So as I continue to go to more events around the city, of course, y'all gonna come along with me. And if y'all know of any events, let me know.
All right, y'all. Come with me to a date.
Okay, let's see what the comments have to say. How did you find this? Oh, crap. This is a big woman trying to go to an event where other big women are. Oh, yeah. Oh, dang. She only got 2 comments. Okay, let's move past that. Oh, here's another one.
Dallas girlies, are y'all going to the singles mixer at Seek on Thursday?
So remember the brother at the beginning was like, there's so many beautiful women in Dallas. How come you're not showing up to this event? This is the event that he's talking about. Y'all saying we don't like black women. Well, we supposed to go to this event to prove your ass wrong? Nigga, kill yourself.
Thursday. I'm not gonna lie, they got me with the $20 hook. All right, so hear me out, because Seeks is not as classy as Ginger's by any means. This is not an event where you're gonna meet.
Oh, when she showed that flyer, that reminds me of something. Now, this came up on my GameChanger email. I'm gonna show you. This is my actual GameChanger email that y'all send me, and I appreciate it that y'all send me links to, and I will get to those links. And I'm gonna show y'all the flyer after this one. I forgot about this. I was gonna share that with y'all. I was like, holy shit. What's it called? Urban events. I was like, are you kidding me? But let me play the rest of this while I load that.
Tom, Chad, Andrew at all. This is going to be where the black men are. So if you're looking for a black man, this is where you need to go. Because I'm not going to lie, every time I go into Seek, it's black men in there. Like, that's the place you just need to sit at the bar at. Like, it's always black men in there. And these are kind of like your Atlanta black men.
Is that a good thing?
They gonna go downstairs to bottle pop and hide after that. But it might be a different like variety of men now that it's specifically a singles mixer. So I'm actually very optimistic about this and how it's gonna go. Make sure y'all are also following Brandon, the Dallas creator. I got this from him, and he is influencing where the black men go. The same way y'all following me, y'all also need to be following him. I'll see y'all there.
I think Brandon is the name of that dude that was pandering before. So it seems like they have a stake in it. They're promoting this. Typically, the people that promote clubs are either handsome or pretty. I'm not calling myself handsome. I am going to call myself, at least my past self, cute, as I've been called many times in my younger days. And I used to promote. And the last thing we want is some fat ass bitch or fucking fat ass dude promoting your event. Who wants that? All right, let me show you, because this actually happened. I was like, wait a minute, is this real? Do they want to give me material? I swear, I really think that people, first of all, it's amazing the number of women who don't realize that I'm GameChanger, because if they did, they would not be saying the things that they say to me, knowing that I'm laughing inside. Like when I was in Miami, there were black women there who were from like other places, and they would literally complain and confide in me about how self-conscious they were because they aren't hot enough. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist of it. And I'm like, do you know who you're talking to? Do you think that I am sympathetic to your plight? Do you really think that way? You really think that I'm sympathetic to you not being hot enough? All right, so let's share this. And this is, I don't know why this came up on my, this is, I don't even think my personal email knows that I'm black, but this came up on my GameChanger email. Hold on. This is how far we as a community have fallen. Look at this. I'm going to let y'all stew on this for a second. Let's be real. You've been watching the posts, hearing the stories, and feeling that FOMO creeping. I have not feared that or done any of those things. I haven't done any of those things. I do not know what the hell this is. Urban Camp Weekend is more than just a getaway. It's a family reunion with people you haven't met yet. Holy. Y'all really are not selling this. The energy is unmatched. The vibes is real and blah, blah, blah. Memories they made you. Why do you have fat broads on your freaking poster. Tickets are moving fast. No, they're not. The only thing missing is you. You don't even have a fucking address. You're idiots. I'm not going to register. And this is in Texas. Or at least that's where this, the headquarters of this crap. They don't respect men enough to get pictures of attractive women with a face on their thing. They just have this. What is this? Do you want to be in a blue t-shirt holding up the event sign with a bunch of fat broads in the back? Then you should fly out and come to this. Holy crap. I couldn't believe that this was actual. And they don't have an address. I don't even know if this is in the US. I used to pass out flyers for my friends, some of whom were in fraternities, some of whom just wanted to throw parties, right? And help them promote their events. We never had a fat broad on. Ever. Ever, ever, ever did we have. What in the hell? Is this how far down the tubes the community has gone? This is sad. This is sad. Let me click the link. Thank God this came up on my GameChanger stuff and not my personal stuff. Yep, it is in Texas. Holy crap. So they're sending it. You're so desperate for customers because you couldn't find anybody local. You couldn't find enough people local. So you have to just send random people to, you're sending flyers full of fat bitches to an email address where people critiques fat bitches, thinking I'm going to go. What the fuck? Oh my gosh, just more pictures. All right. So I got to share this with you. I clicked the link, right? And this is what I saw. Hit the like button. All right. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Nope. Can't click it and make it bigger. But you can see well enough. That these are not attractive women. So this is a full picture. So, and when they did like the other one, when they took away the middle part and showed the women, it's just more big ones. It's just more big ones. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Rolls. Tricep fat. No hair. Look at this. It's a damn shame. Oh crap, it's a 3-day event. They expect people. Oh, here's bigger pictures. Yep. I think about stuff like Howard Homecoming and Freaknik and Black Spring Break. and Lake Berryessa when they used to have that back here, out here, and then Lake Comanche after that. And this is how far we have fallen since then. This is a pitiful shame. It's a pitiful shame. Somebody said they have AIDS. Well, you'll find out before I do. All right, let me stop that. That's they actually advertised it. People do not know who I am when they... Wow. Okay. If you're a black man and you travel to this and you don't, and you're not a passport bro, then you're stupid. If you go to Texas, but you don't go like, a few hundred miles more south for a much more better experience, then you're stupid. Because this is what Texas women look like.
Tomorrow night in Dallas, experience a fresh and relaxed way to meet singles. Enjoy private one-on-one chats with compatible matches while vibing to great music and an exciting atmosphere. Use the mingle button to connect at your pace or just soak in the fun. Tomorrow night in Dallas, experience a fresh and relaxed...
Holy crap. Dang, black women, y'all take terrible, 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 terrible L's. Okay, so this is how Asian women promote events. This is her 15-second promo to whatever event that she's promoting in the same city, in Dallas. Long real hair, teeth is shit, face looks like she's been kung fu fighting, but the body is nice, right? Let's take a look at how black women promote events.
Dallas girlies, are y'all going to the singles mixer at Seek on Thursday? I'm not gonna lie, they got me with the $20 hook. All right, so hear me out, because Seeks is not as classy as Ginger's by any means. This is not an event where you're going to meet Tom, Chad, Andrew at all. This is going to be where the black men are. So if you're looking for a black man, this is where you need to go. Because I'm not going to...
Tomorrow night in Dallas, experience a fresh and relaxed way to meet singles. Enjoy private one-on-one chats with compatible matches while vibing to great music and...
Y'all see the difference? Get it, got it, good.
The last thing I want to say about...
Dang, the Asian woman just killed the show. Oh, crap, okay.
The singles events that was at Ginger's today in Dallas, hosted by Thursday Dating, is that I feel like, y'all not going to hear this, but I feel like y'all need to go by yourselves. I too want to go with my friend, and I'm probably going to go with my friend the next time because she ain't going by herself. But I feel like it's so true. Like, I feel like...
Somebody said Asian chick was made with grog, so that's not a real person?
It was easy for the men to just come up and talk to me because I was by myself. Like, I was sitting there by myself. So, like, I feel like their confidence just boosted, or I was standing by myself. Their confidence just boosted. Like, and it forces y'all to go, like, not be talking to your friend the whole time. Like, even if you ain't talking to, like, nobody on your own, like, it definitely, you're not going to have the same good time. But some women did have a good time with their friend, but I feel like we want to, like, actually talk to the men. Y'all need to come by yourselves. But don't say, I put y'all in a position where now y'all bored because y'all by yourself and y'all at the singles event. Come at your own risk.
Okay. I don't really have much to say to that. Guys, we're talking to you.
Okay, so I recently went to a singles event and it was 90% women. And I was wondering, like, where's all the dudes? I don't know, but they're not there. And that's cool. Not that like I care. Okay, so I recently went to a singles.
Well, we actually do care. And that's why they're not there. Once again, this is an attractive woman, and I'm going to do a deeper dive into her, as many of you would like to. Yeah, ha. But this whole nonchalant attitude means that you're not a proper investment. Now, maybe it's true. Maybe it's just something you're telling yourself. But the fact of the matter is, if you're not actively seeking a relationship of any type, then it's not going to work because you're not going to invest into it because you don't want it. Now, y'all may say that she's just saying this in this 15-second video. So I clicked on her profile, and this is what came up. Well, I'll give you an overview right now. She's 27. And she's never had a boyfriend, ever. She is a Christian woman. Hold on. And she's mixed, which she says in her videos over and over and over again. Mixed Girl Series compilation videos. Apparently she's black some seasons and not so black other seasons. Let's see. Mom and Dad reveal. Well, we know who the not hot sister is. All right, let's see. So she's not out here thoughting it up and stuff. So on the surface, you would think that this is a good pick, right? But, and I'm not saying that it's a bad pick. That's not what I'm saying at all. But there is, because she's not thirst trapping or anything like that. But the problem is where my Christians at. All right, fellas, if you are in her area, you need to go to church. The Lord may bless you, because she won't, because she's saving it for marriage. Let's see. How to lose someone in 10 days. Okay. I can't find the one I was looking for because I didn't see it, but I was going to watch it. With Shaw, where she was saying that, you know, she never had a boyfriend. I want to click on that. Taking myself on dates because God be taking his time with my husband. Okay, let's take a listen at this. Oh, I don't know, music. All right, I'm not going to click on any more of these, but y'all get the gist of who she is. Now, there's something I want to point out to her, and this is sad because this is another point of frustration that men have. You know, the ones who didn't look like the other ones in Dallas, they're not serious, and I'm going to prove to you how not serious she is, and how there isn't a scarcity of men in Dallas. So we're going to look at her comment section because this 15-second video By the way, she has over 100,000 subscribers on TikTok. She has, let me see. She has 184,000 subscribers on TikTok. All right. So this is the 15-second video where she complained about, oh, woe is me. I'm so light-skinned. I'm so pretty. I can't find a man. Let's see the men in her chat room out of the 633 comments that she got and the 2,282 hearts that she got. Let's see. Went to singles event and asked, where are the men? Then says, not like I care. Right. Good point. Men have given up on dating once you're told you're worthless and replaceable long enough. You learn to avoid what tells you that. Yeah. And her saying that she really don't care if she could find one or not is another way of saying worthless. But let's see. We only invest in ourselves and ourselves now, unfortunately. What? No bears? At home, working in a gym, do better. Okay, let's see. Have you guys tried the forest? The bears are there. Dang, y'all took that whole bear thing to heart, didn't you? Just go to D&D events. Okay, this is not what I was looking for. Home and peace. Nerves, that's your untapped resources. She hasn't tapped any resource. She hasn't went out with anybody because she's not taking it serious. I mean, if she went this long, if she was 27 and she says she never had a job, there would be a sense of urgency, even if she lives at home. It's not high on her list of priorities. There's God, music, and all the other stuff. And then men is like, maybe 15th on the list. Okay, so before when I was reading this, there was like a lot of guys that looked like they were shooting their shot. Okay, here we go. Tell me the next event. I'm watching JJK. I'm in California. Love your nails. I swear I've seen this video before. Wait, am I tripping? Did you just post this? Okay, so she's probably. Please tell me, where is this place? So guys are interested that she hasn't responded to any of these guys. Once again, if she was unemployed and these were job offers, she would reply to each of them. But she don't really put men that high on her list of values.
Let's debrief dating on the trail. First of all, shout out to Abby. I saw her TikTok and I think she said that she gave out 900 wristbands, which is absolutely insane for her first event. I will say it felt like there was like 90%, maybe even 95% women and 5% men. So if you are a man in the Dallas area and you don't want to be single, I quite literally don't think that there's a reason that you should be, because, well, there was about 900 single women at this event.
Why do they feel that quantity increases your possibility?
Literally wearing a red wristband telling you, come up and talk to me.
It's not telling you to come up and talk to them. And it's not guaranteeing you anything if you do. Once again, they're there with the red wristband because being approached is a win-win-win for women. And it's a maybe for men.
The couple of guys that I did talk to said the odds are amazing for them. So I thought it was so cool. But definitely more men need to be there. And at the end, I will put in.
So you talk to guys there, and they told you the odds are amazing. They didn't tell you, like, they didn't say to you, well, I'm focused on quality over quantity. I would much rather be making a quality connection with you than talking to any of these other 899 women out here. That's what I would say. I wouldn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would if you were the hottest of the 899 other women there. But I mean, why would they say you? The odds with other women are great.
Dating in Dallas just got.
And the fact that she's there promoting the event as opposed to actually looking for a man, because she does seem single, really says how much they prioritize men. Men are very low on the list of priorities. Because she could have gotten with one of the men there. They were obviously talking to her. But instead she's like, yeah, so I'm going to try to get some more guys to come to my friend's event. Somebody said, how many of them look like her? Half of them, because she's white. It's only black events that's full of like fat ass bitches.
Got a serious upgrade. Forget small talk and endless swipes. Catch connects you with people who actually want to meet. Big hearts, big energy, big city vibes. Ready? Dating in Dallas just got a.
Let's talk about how I had to reject this man I just met at this.
Okay. So this is the same woman from earlier who was talking about, I don't know, she was saying something about, finding a dude. Now she's talking about rejecting dudes. Okay.
Singles event in Dallas at Ginger's. 5 minutes into the conversation, I already knew I wasn't interested. Like, he was talking and I was trying to get a word in, trying to figure out like how I'm going to have this uncomfortable conversation because I got to tell him that I'm not interested. At this point, it's low key just wasting your time and it's definitely wasting my time. So let me just do the both of us a favor. I finally am able to get a word in and I'm like, you know what? You seem like a really good guy, but I'm just not interested. This man proceeds to say, well, normally when you get on a date, like that's when you kind of figure out if you're interested. A date? Is you cool? We not going on a date. I'm letting you know I'm not interested. We've set enough. That's what happens on a date is like we talk on the date to find out if we're interested or not. I had to tell him a few times that I wasn't interested until the point where I just had to kind of get up. Awkward fucking turtle.
Well, she explained it. I know that guy wish he was at home. That guy wish he was at home. She was at the event that is in question, where it was a bunch of women and no guys. The fact that the guy went up and talked to her really shows that the women weren't that hot. It means that she was an outlier. Like, when it's a majority woman event, she was the hot one. She's the pretty one. At the event, she was the pretty one. A guy went up and talked to her, and she shoots him down and posts the shoot down online. Gee, gosh, I really missed out on that one. I really wish I went to that. And you wonder why they're not going. We need the tea on why you weren't interested. They're going to call me shallow. Oh, yeah, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Okay. I'll take things that never happened for 500, Alex. So he's just saying the whole story is cap, and it likely is. He tried. Give my man his props. No, let me tell you something. That little Asian man had big balls. A for effort. Okay. Skin. I know he's not going to go. He could have got shot down by Asian women. Wow. Skin looked good. You need to share the routine. No. Let's see. When is the next event? And she replies in Chinese. This chick is weird. No, I was just about to go to Ginger's this weekend, and this pops up. Sorry we missed you, babe. Okay. All right, this chick literally name is Keisha.
Sometimes wanna be your lover.
So I've been seeing these videos about men not showing up to these singles events, and I wanted to give my 2 cents. I think the main reason we have a problem with men not showing up to these events has to do with marketing. You're not marketing towards the men. The men that you want to show up to these events aren't showing up because you're not marketing towards them. You're marketing towards women. You got the women showing up. Now you need to cater it.
Okay, he's on to something because, yeah, he's on to something. Like the event that I showed, you know, it really just showed a bunch of overweight black women outside doing stuff. And then to say that this is like a family reunion but with strangers, that's something that would probably appeal to women because they go to family reunions for reasons outside of that. Like men, the primary reason that men go, the men's primary drive to go to social events is sexual. So to advertise something as a family reunion as a non-sexual thing is not going to really entice men. Now there is a logic that if you could get the women to go, then the men will follow, but that's not true anymore.
Towards getting the men in there. I think all of this is a result to the club kind of like business model. If you have a club and you want to get guys to spend money, you invite a bunch of women.
Okay, that's true for the first couple of times, but if guys keep going to the club and spending money and they're not getting, once again, a return on investment, they're not having sex with women who are prettier than they are handsome, then they're going to stop going.
Women get in free, guys will show up, spend money at the bar, pay to get in, buy girls drinks, things like that. Now, this is a little bit different though. We have singles events. Women are going to these events trying to find guys. So the dynamic is literally switched. So you can't rely on the old business model of women get in and men will follow because it's not that same dynamic. Sure. I think also you need to kind of like tailor the event to appeal more to men. You know what I'm saying? If you got a singles event and it's a flyer with pretty flowers and hearts and stuff like that, a bunch of guys not going to show up to that event because it looks like something specifically for women. It's like asking why young boys aren't getting Barbie dolls. It's not going to work. So I've been seeing these videos about men not showing up to these.
Okay, good point. Oh, crap. I'll do a couple more.
Name them.
I don't know.
Name them. Name them. Name them. Name them.
Not what?
Name them.
Not having.
Well, name them.
Huh?
Name them. Name them. Name them. Name them. Name them.
That what?
Name them.
Not having.
Name 'em.
Well,
Name them. Name them.
Okay, so she's goes to golf courses looking for penis.
I don't know what Dallas.
And it makes sense because, like I was saying before, just follow your interests and the women will be there, so to speak. So that's what they're doing. And it also reinforced what I was saying earlier, and that is women do not like or respect men who go to singles events looking for women. They don't. It's funny because even if you were at the same event, say it's a bowling alley, but you were there bowling, you would have a better chance than if you were there with a wristband looking for the chicks who are at the singles event. I'm gonna skip this one.
I hope this video reaches the audience that I want it to reach, which is single girls and guys in Dallas.
Okay.
I had a thought this morning when I was walking the Katy Trail, and I feel like recently on my For You page, I've seen so many girls talking about how Dallas dating.
Why do white girls walk trails and black girls walk nowhere? Huh.
Is incredibly hard. We're all over the apps. Like Hinge is a dark place, and meeting
She's not into black guys. Hinge is a dark place.
in the wild just doesn't happen. But I have noticed lately the trail is just flooded with gorgeous girls and gorgeous men. So what if there was like a dating on the trail thing, like speed dating, but on the trail, you meet people in real life and you're getting a walk-in and it's like very casual. That was just a thought that I had. I don't know if anyone thinks that sounds kind of like a good idea. Let me know, because I feel like this could be a fun.
It doesn't. I mean, once again, once you've established that the reason that the men are there is to date, then it loses all of its value at that point, because that's just the way women are. That's the way they're hardwired. Like once a guy is out looking for it, he loses value to the women. But if he's out there going for a walk and the women just are there too, then it's a whole different ballgame. All right, so going to move on to a couple of more. I'm going to do Chantel last, but before that, I am going to do, let's see. Here we go. I'm going to do this Ask 100 Questions. Told you I'll do an additional one, and I will. Actually, I haven't seen the Chantel one. She did it this morning. She stole my shit. Well, I can't really say that because she's actually not from Dallas, but she actually lived in Dallas. So, it's probably just coincidence.
Age. I'm Red, or known as Ruby. I'm 21. 21? Yes. So you sitting? How you doing today, Red? I'm okay.
What the hell is that in the background? Is that like a gay referee?
I just got off work, so I'm just chilling. Oh, what's up? You look very nice today, Red. Thank you. Came to the bar? Huh? You came from work? Yeah. Okay. So what's your relationship status? Right now, I would say single because men don't know how to actually take a relationship serious. Well, he take it serious? I feel as if this generation men just want sex and not the actual commitment because of complications, and men also want their nails done too. They want their nails done too. Okay, read between the lines. Men want to be pampered as much as women do. Exactly. That's the part Yes. Okay. If I'm going to the bar, I shouldn't be buying my man a drink. You should be buying me a drink. Exactly. So with that being said, there's a lot of boys out.
Okay. So she went from just wanting sex to thanks for telling me a second. She went from men just wanting sex to they don't want to buy me a drink. If we go to a bar, you should want to buy me a drink, not the other way around. Which I think is the real issue. But we're going to dig deeper into that. Cute face, but her shape, though she's not fat per se, her shape is like straight up and down.
Instead of men.
Okay.
And my reason for being single is because boys would rather be babied and have a mother figure that's not their mom instead of being dominant and being the man of the house.
So you want somebody dominant?
Yes, I want a man to tell me, babe, come home.
Baby, come what?
Baby, come home.
Baby, come on. That was up.
So and half of these girls out here, not a real.
No, she don't. No, she don't. She don't want a man to say, "Baby, come home. I'm dominant." You just said that you want a man to be out with you, buying you the liquor. See, this is her selling herself now. This is her trying to say, "Hey, if you dominate, I'll submit, but when we go out, you buy the liquor." But you just said that when you go out, he say, "No, come home," and you'll come home. So which one is it?
Woman either, because this is I'm showing a little bit of cleavage.
Okay.
So it'll leave a man wondering, but still showing something. Women out here will happily show their ass in a lingerie and think it's an outfit. No, man.
So you don't throw no thirst traps up on your Instagram or anything?
No, I only show my face.
Okay, that's cool.
I can say as a 19-year-old, I used to dance, but I stopped when I realized I do not like men touching me and self-worth. So yeah.
How you used to dance?
Yes.
How long you used to dance?
I danced for a year and everybody told me I wouldn't leave because how much money I was getting, and I stopped.
What was your dance name?
Dynasty.
Dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that was so Dynasty. How much? What the most you made in that night?
35K.
35,000.
Yeah.
Damn. What you do with that money?
I doubt she made 35,000 any night at Dynasty. I don't think that was the case, but I'm from a completely different world than she is, and California strip clubs aren't that big. I know in Atlanta they are, and also I think that, quite frankly, women in Atlanta are fatter and uglier than she is, so she might be more appreciated. Factoring all that in, I think that that's a lie.
Really, I just blew it because if I took it to the bank, it wouldn't have went right, and I didn't have a bank account at the time, so I really just stored it in my room.
How
and
old
I
were you
just
then?
spent it. I was 19, going on 20.
19, going on 20. That what you danced for that whole year?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. You danced in Atlanta or somewhere else?
I danced in Atlanta, after hours, house parties, clubs, everywhere.
And you just stopped because you hated God touching on you?
Yeah, I realized dancing wasn't for me, and I realized that I liked it. If I go out, I like going out by myself. I didn't like people. Just because I'm pretty doesn't mean you're supposed to automatically start a conversation with me and bother me.
Exactly.
And I didn't like that. I didn't like.
Are we learning? Are we learning? I wonder why men aren't going out with these women now? Well, because they say stuff like this.
Not by myself. I didn't like people. Just because I'm pretty doesn't mean you're supposed to automatically start a conversation with me and bother me. You know. Exactly. And I didn't.
Huh? Do you really want to meet somebody who with that mentality? Do you really want to go to a place where women in mass have that mentality? Just because I'm pretty doesn't mean I want somebody to talk to me and bother me. So on one hand, you have women like this. On the other hand, you have women like saying, why aren't the men talking to me? Ah, this is annoying.
I didn't like that. I didn't like presenting myself as what other people consider that is, which is foreign. Yeah, exactly. So with that being said, let's say I dance, I continue dancing. What if I wanted to get a regular job and my boss realized my dancer name, and I ran into my boss and I just gave him a lap dance last week and didn't even know him?
Then you probably gonna get the damn job, Brett.
No, I would have got the job for the wrong reason.
She would have got the job. I would have got the job.
But you got to think about standards.
Yeah, I understand.
These in 2025, there's no standards when it comes to women and men.
Well, I think she's talking about morals, but I would like to hear her elaborate on how men don't have standards. Okay.
Women would rather have a baby and not be married.
It's true. Damn, yeah.
I'm not going for that.
And you don't have any kids.
Not none.
That's what's up. So keep it up. So you saying okay when you dance, right? The any guy try to position you like a competition, you know like how your song like what the most they try to get you for you know
for VIP just said
yes.
The most I've been offered was 3,000.
3,000.
Yeah.
And what happened?
I didn't go for it.
You didn't go for it.
I don't like it. Doing that type of stuff makes my work low.
Yeah.
It makes me feel disgusted.
Yeah.
It makes me feel like I don't know. It makes my skin crawl. And then watching other women do it, I just like if I know I'm gonna be around a lot of people, I would drink.
Yeah.
Because I know, okay, drinking helps me socialize better.
Yeah.
So with that being said, that's my whole entire drinking year, I drunk crazy. But when I ran into women telling me pussy and all, they were like, you're pretty. You will make a lot of money now. I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
No.
Damn right. So you was never said you never did it. Oh, that was good. You had a hard time. I'm trying to buy you.
I went through a hard time in life, so I didn't see it all, believe it or not.
That was up. I'm glad you didn't come on the side, right? Like you feel like straight me or you had no women.
Huh?
You had no women connections too.
You said that with women too? Yeah, been with women. I started dating women before I dated men.
Oh, okay. I got it coming up.
To be honest, even though my girlfriends were annoying, I'd rather date them again.
It's interesting watching the people in the background.
Amen. For real. Yes. It's not hard. It's not hard to please me. All I ask for quality time and I'd rather date him again than date a man. For real. Yes. It's not hard.
So she's saying that she would rather date women again than men. I want to see where she's going with that. Then I'm gonna get my response.
It's not hard to please me. All I ask for quality time and I enjoy the little things in life.
But no, just stay on the men's side. We're gonna take care of it.
So with that being said, nowadays men want sex for a little ass meal. Nigga, I can buy my own.
So right after saying that she wants the little things in life, it's like, okay, so he gives you a meal. That's a little thing in life. Oh, but you want sex because of this meal. Well, you just said that you're low maintenance.
I pay my own hair, my own nails, and all that. I pay my own phone bill, my own rent. I don't need a man.
And there you go. There you go. Do men want to go out for this? I know she's in Atlanta, but men in Dallas, would you go out? I mean, this mentality is all throughout the black community. Does this make you want to go out and meet her? Now she'll let you pay the money, but I mean, no matter how much you pay, she's going to say, "Oh, what? I'm supposed to do this? I could do this myself." Even if you buy her a car, I could buy my own car. Well, I'm supposed to drop my panties so you bought me this car?
Damn. But if I want a man to do a little bit of something, it shouldn't have to be, oh, you trying to come home with me? Nigga, what?
Yes, he should do what you want him to do without you having to do what he wants you to do. That's your logic. This is what you are approaching, fellas.
You can't be a gentleman and take me home and walk me to my front door.
It's amazing how in 2025 they're talking about men being gentlemen. Well, we're not 17th century French noblemen. So what in the entire fuck are you talking about? Nor are you a 17th century French lady. So what in the fuck are you talking about? And being blonde doesn't make you a 17th century French lady.
Kiss me on the chicken. What happened to chivalry? You know? So, but that's my take on why I'm single.
Devil Red, man. I appreciate you for your time. You're very beautiful and stay smart out here because I see you got a hit on your shoulder.
Thank you.
His definition of smart is very loose. Very, very loose. Okay. Here, let me stop this. I want to point out that she did say that she would rather date a woman than a man. Okay, that's fine. She's obviously bisexual. What does it mean? You fellas, tell me in the chat room. Why do you think it? Do you believe that she holds women to the same economic criteria that she does? Because that she does for men. Because her main gripe with a man is that they don't spend enough, but they expect too much from what they do spend sexually. Women is going to be 50-50. Meaning like the same vaginal logic. First of all, I only want to date gentlemen and modern women. Y'all don't think that's weird? Y'all don't think that, when it comes to men, the criteria is of some French nobleman status? But when it comes to women, it's like, oh, yeah, she just got to have a big old butt or some crap like that. Exactly. So when do sex workers just demand that to be treated like a lady, a proper lady, a proper French lady, a proper British lady? Like, why aren't the men buying me beer at the bar and then telling me not to go to the bar? Because I don't want much, but I don't want you to want much for the little bit that I claim that I want that you give me. Master manipulation. I made $35,000 in one night as a stripper. Master manipulation. And then I quit for, because I don't want to risk not being able to get a regular job. Okay, so you're telling me that you quit a job where you made $35,000 in a night for the chance of being able to get a job where you make $35,000 a year. That's what you're telling me. Lies. Lies. Okay. Now for our final video, we are going to go to Chantel Simone.
I don't even get approached. And then the ones that do approach.
Now, fair warning, I haven't seen this video. I heard maybe like 10 seconds of it because she did it today. She stole my shit. So on the day that I did a video about Dallas, she did one too. So it's only right that I cover this as well. So I met Chantel, and she's genuinely like this as far as frustrated at modern women's behavior. Because we was people watching. She was like, you know, so the same critiques in Dallas that she'd have here, she had in real life.
I don't even get approached. And then the ones that do approach, I just be like, come on, y'all. Like, you can tell they don't work out. You can tell they just.
Wow. I don't get approached.
Okay. When I say I heard 10 seconds, this is the first 10 seconds that I heard. Then I stopped it because I had to start this video. But I didn't actually see it. I heard it. I did not know that she wasn't attractive in the face. I didn't know that she looked so old and or crackheadish. And I also didn't know that she was wearing pajamas. Like, this is very bad. And then she said the men look like they don't even work out. Okay.
But then the ones who do approach, ma'am.
Come on, man. You don't know better than that as a cool person. Come on, man. Get some help.
For my girls in Dallas, I've been here for almost 2 years now. 2 years. February will make 2 years.
Okay.
The dating pool. How are y'all surviving? How are y'all living like this?
I like her nails.
I can't do this. This is the worst. I mean, I've never experienced anything like this. I can't live like this. So what y'all just go to work every day?
Wait, what? So what? Y'all just go to work every day? Yeah. Like a fucking adult. As opposed to what? What in the hell is she talking about? Okay, I'm gonna listen more, but people haven't heard this. Y'all just go to work every day. Yeah.
Cause I know y'all not meeting no YNs out here. What y'all doing?
Holy shit.
Y'all just
I have never been, and of course, nor will I ever be, a YN. I don't even know why YNs coined that term and decided to call themselves that. Yeah, I'm just shocked. So it seems like she just wants to go on a spree of finding YNs. For those of you who don't know, YN stands for young niggas. Okay.
Then I'm going to work every day. Baby, this ain't for me. I cannot live like this.
But that's the problem though. You're trying to meet YNs. Somebody.
I'm gonna see if I could bring up her TikTok because now that's just weird. Let's see. And Chantel got a point. That's the problem. You're trying to meet YNs.
Cause I know y'all not meeting no YNs out here. Where y'all? What y'all doing? Y'all just getting up going to work every day? Baby, this ain't for me. I cannot live like this.
Leave it in the comment section.
Dating in Dallas is so much different than dating in Detroit or even attempting to dating in Detroit because the men in Detroit have no shame.
It's not.
In Dallas, it's like they'll look.
I haven't dated in either place, but I will say that it's all the same. It's all the same. Just the way women complain is different. I'm still stuck on that YN chick. So I'm at her Instagram. I'm not seeing anything that particularly sticks out. She has fluctuating weight. Let's see. Yeah, nothing in particular sticks out, so I'll just leave it at that. I won't explore it. I won't waste time exploring it.
At you, they'll send you a drink. Hell, they'll cover your tab. They'll pay for your gas anonymously, though.
Wait, what?
Somebody who clearly is not in your league in Detroit will approach you because they don't give two fucks. You say no, you say no.
Wait, what did she say about paying for gas?
Like, is that I don't know. Y'all let me know. Y'all will know more than me.
Morning. Can we talk about dating in Dallas?
Cause why is this shit so hard? Like, why is it so stressful? What is wrong with you?
Dating in Dallas is so much different than dating in Detroit or even attempting to dating in Detroit because the men in Detroit have no shame. In Dallas, it's like they'll look at you, they'll send you a drink. Hell, they'll cover your tab. They'll pay for your gas anonymously, though. Somebody who clearly is not in your league in Detroit will approach you.
Okay. Let me see if I understand this properly. In Dallas, men randomly give you resources? And you're complaining. I don't even know how men are anonymously giving you gas. And correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely off base with where my imagination is going with that. But I'm picturing that guys are actually breaking into her garage when she's asleep with a gas can and putting it in her tank. Oh, maybe she parks on the street. So she's parked on the street and guys are, putting gas in her tank in the middle of the night. And she's upset about this.
Because they don't give two fucks. You say no, you say no. I mean, you might get shot, you might get called a bitch, but it is what it is. I've been living in Dallas for almost 5 years and can count on one hand how many guys have approached me out in public. Because when I first got down here, I was like, oh, this is cool. You know, everybody.
The expressions on Chantel's face is priceless. And I'm not calling her old, but she does have that church woman. I can't believe that gal wore that to church look on her face. Once again, not calling her old, but it is the look of motherly disappointment. because this woman is disgusting. So on one hand, guys in Dallas just walk up and buy you shit, but only one guy a year is approaching you. Make that make sense. A guy buys you a drink and, you know, anonymously put gas in your car. So she's a freaking liar. On top of everything, let's make that part clear. She is a liar. There is holes in her story, and she's only been talking for like 30 seconds. But when guys do talk to her, she had no appreciation for it. This is all the way bad.
He's nice. They leave you alone and mind their business. I'm not getting bothered every time I go to the gas station, every time I step foot outside, like I'm getting hounded. Go to the grocery store and not feel like I'm part of the meat market. It was great. But after a couple months and nobody even approached me, I'm just like,
why didn't you? So her goal isn't, and this is true for a lot of women, particularly black women. Their goal isn't to find and secure a mate. Their goal is to get hollered at. Now, that goal doesn't really benefit men at all. So men in Dallas, at least, have decided, you know something? What does me hollering at you, how does hollering at you benefit me? They've asked themselves that question, and absent an answer, they just stop hollering. Which is the smart thing to do. Hey, congratulations. You're smart. Yeah, it's like, how does hollering at you benefit me? I mean, you obviously were getting off on the ego. It's like I'm at a meat market and I was the meat. Well, they actually buy the meat at the meat market and get the meat. You know, I mean, unless you go to one of those meat markets where guys just walk up and holler at meat and go home meatless. Like, I mean, maybe I wouldn't really call that a market though. That's a place where guys just goes and yell at meat. But anyway, yeah, this is why guys aren't doing that.
So what is the issue? Because when you were in Detroit, she's complaining that men are approaching her too much. Now
Sure.
she's in Dallas, nobody not preying her.
Sure.
She's having a problem. It looks like she's on the slightly little overweight side. I cannot imagine for the life of me how you complaining about the dating market when you're not putting your best self out there.
Good point.
but then I had to think about it. Like, Marissa, you don't smile. But what am I going to smile at a stranger for? I don't know you. And then if I'm just walking around by myself smiling, like I look fucking nuts.
So why on earth do you think a stranger is supposed to approach you? What goes on in these women's head?
Then they think, I'm putting a straight jacket, like in our room with pillows on the wall. I just want companionship.
Okay. The whole not smiling thing isn't something men said to you, it's something that you said to yourself. So you made a stupid suggestion to yourself, and then you pointed out the absurdity of your own suggestion. Maybe it's because I don't smile, but if I smile, and of course that's the alternative, right? To have a more welcoming appearance to them means walking around smiling like a damn jackass. There is no middle ground. There is no settle in between. Is this TikTok? Let me see if I can find her. Her Instagram, because she obviously loves attention. That's how she was talking about the dudes in Detroit. None of whom she's actually with now because she just likes the attention. Okay, so far it's just nails and titties. She's chopping limes, more nails, booty, bonnet. Oh, it looks like she has a son. Oh shit. Okay, so I'm gonna share this with y'all. Actually, because I'm doing it this way, I could just slide it over. And y'all can see what I see. She got 3 of them. But she still has money for green hair. Let's see. Wait, did I venture off into like somebody else's? Or is this still hers? How does that work? Oh, related to Miss Prashad. Okay, I'm like, did I just switch over to a Latin woman's thing? Okay, so she don't have many posts. Apparently, yeah. So then the rest is just nails and booties and titties, and we've seen it all before. Dallas dating sucks. This is the one we're watching. All right. 3,000 followers.
I don't even know if I'm ready to start dating seriously because everybody who knows my past, I don't even gotta go into that. But I'm still grieving. So but I haven't been grieving the whole 4 years I've been here. Or the men who do want to date, they're married. They're married or they have a girlfriend. Or they have somebody that'll knock their head between the washer and the dryer if they found out that they were talking to somebody. Because who's finally single? Let me know.
Okay. So it seems like you are attracted to men who have somebody. You said that you were only approached 5 times in the last 5 years. And apparently some of those guys were married, or you are only counting the married ones. But you think it's okay for a wife to smash their head between a washer and a dryer? That's how you view relationships.
Yeah, these women are full.
Y'all have a good day.
They're full of confusion. They just love the attention because all this rant, all that 2-minute rant she went on was for nothing but attention. Because
Agree.
it's chaos right there. Men
from earlier. But before we get into that one, because she covered that in the intro, but before we get into that one, I was looking at her page here. So all of her other videos have like a couple of hundred, maybe up to 5,000 views. But that one got 48,000 views. So yeah, this does seem like an attention grab.
TikTok about dating in Dallas. As a Californian moving out to Dallas, I've been here 9 months. I would have to say that the dating scene has not been what I thought it would be. I've been on a few dates. The last date I went on was actually pretty nice. I went walking. I forget.
Okay. There's a lot of hers out there. And that is, there's a lot of women leaving California for dating purposes. It's the female equivalent to passport bros. And it's a number of reasons why they prefer Southern guys over California guys. The number one reason being diminished standards. The number two reason is a perceived naivete that comes with all Southern men. There's this assumption that they're rural and that they are still like the last traditional men out there. So a combination of those things is why women leave to go to Dallas or to go to the South, period, to date.
Where we were walking at, but it was pretty nice. But I don't really get it. Like I went out this weekend and I'm a homebody. But I do go out here and there. And I went to this event on Saturday. It was for the aunties and uncles 35 and up vibe, right? And it was dope because it was the ratio of men and women were actually pretty good. Typically, it's mainly all women, and it'd be like the ratio would be like 1 to 5, or 5 to 1, right? But it actually was a good amount of men there, and it was actually some nice looking men.
Okay.
So me and my homegirl went, and we sat down there. Music was good. Food was good. I had some wine. I don't drink, so I had a little wine. It was like, at that time, it was just like not one guy. The one guy who did ordered food at our table with our drinks. I didn't get.
Okay, so I'm gonna ignore the fact that she said not one guy came except the guy that came. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think she literally said not one guy came except the one guy that came. But I'm good. Well, I'm gonna ignore that happened and how poorly that was phrased. And I'm going to jump to the fact that she didn't even see him as a guy. Like, he was so unsuitable that she didn't even count him when she was counting guys. So I went to her page and it looks like she's fit, but in a muscle way. She's not very attractive facially. And okay, this is what I'm talking about. Black women are stupid as fuck. Look at the women here. Look at these women. Whatever the hell they are. How come when they work out, they're trying to get their body like this? But black women are trying to get their body like this. What the fuck is wrong with her? Stupid as fuck, I swear. While other women are working out to become more flexible and athletic, this bitch is working out to improve her testosterone. Look, I think she's actually growing a penis. What in the hell?
I think she did. He paid for that, paid for his meal, and deuces.
You notice how she said not one guy came to us. Not one guy came to us.
Yeah,
the
I
one
noticed.
guy who did like
I noticed.
which is it? Did not one guy or did one guy? But a lot of times you sit in a group with your girlfriends, you're at a single mixture. Why you're not mixing? Why you sitting at the table with your girlfriends? Why you're not walking around putting yourself out there to give an opportunity for men to come to you?
Use your common sense.
He didn't ask for anybody, nothing. And I'm like, now granted, I am a gym girly and I am physically fit. You know, I do have a couple of muscles. I got some biceps. I got some traps. I got my back is a little fire. But I'm like, I would think guys would be like, oh.
Yeah, that's what we want. Never mind, the front. Men are always talking about a woman's back, right? Nothing turns a man on like a woman's back muscles. These women are dumb as fuck. Everybody here knows how I feel about Chloe Bailey. And it's not her lips, her eyes, her face, her tiggle bitties, her lips, her booty. No, what really turns me on about Chloe Bailey is her back. You know what I'm going to do right now? Because I wonder where they get this concept from. I'm going to go to Pornhub. And I'm going to type in back muscles. And see what the fuck happens. I'm going to answer this call while I do that. Hold on. All right, I answered the call, and I didn't type in back muscles in Pornhub because something like that'll fuck up my algorithm. I think it'll just show a bunch of men with back muscles, and then my whole shit's fucked up, and I don't want to see no weird shit when I go to my Pornhub. My algorithm is exactly where I want it to be, and I don't want to fuck it up with back muscles and shit. So that experiment I'm not going to do. I'm going to leave that alone. But I am just going to work under the assumption that even in Pornhub, where it's a lot of weird shit, it's not a bunch of niggas that's jacking off to a woman's back muscles. Look on Chantel's face.
Ooh, this girl's in shape. She looks good. Like, that means she got discipline. Like, I like the woman who got... Not one guy. And
she's over 35 and still dating as if she's 25. If you are over 35 and you are that serious about finding a man and you go to a singles event and you're sitting there with your girlfriend, you're not as serious as you think you are.
We got the looks. Me and my girl, guys looked at us and they're like, and kept moving. And I'm like, what is going on here? So I feel like in the dating realm of Dallas, it's just like California. And it sucks because I'm like, these are, country men, they got a little bit more, they...
I told you. It's just like California. I told you. They think that y'all Southern niggas are bumpkins. They think that y'all that y'all are some back muscle addicted bumpkins that are still chivalrous and go around and with no fucking standards. She got rejected in California, so she moved her ass to Texas and got rejected some more. That's what she's upset. Holy crap, this is amazing. This is amazing. I hear the bitches talk. They're saying the same shit in Florida. One of them even said, once again, they come to me because they don't know I'm GameChanger. And they don't know how I actually feel about them. So I sit there with a nondescript expression on my face, and as if I'm paying attention, like, oh really? Uh huh. Uh huh. Well, they just pour out their vagina to me. They just will say some shit like, like, yeah, I don't like it here. I'm thinking about moving to the South, where guys really can appreciate a good woman like myself. And I'm thinking, like, this is the South, you fucking twit. That's what I'm actually thinking. They actually said this when I was in Miami. And of course, I didn't say it because I like it when they do that because it gives me more internal shit to laugh at. But I'm thinking, like, what in the fuck do you think the South is? I was talking to somebody every day the other day, and they was like, um, something about the conversation led me to conclude that they didn't know that the Middle East was in Asia. Because when people say Asians, they mean Orientals, but they don't. But someone told them that it's impolite to say Oriental, so they say Asian, and then they kind of lose sight of how many places are actually in Asia. So they say stuff like, no, this person is Middle Eastern, they're not Asian. It's like, well, the Middle East is in Asia. And then this particular person actually said, oh, so I guess you're going to tell me that Israel is in Asia too. And I was just like, holy shit. And that's that same feeling I got when, and she was from Philly. That's the same feeling I got when this chick from Philly who went to Miami and complained about, the lack of attention. And she said that she's going to move to the South. And I was like, well, you already did. What in the fuck?
Homegrown, they a little bit more mannerable. I don't even get approached. And then the ones that do approach, I just for the Roman guys.
Yeah, Southern man. If y'all are messing with Cali women and maybe even women from other parts of the non-South, this I mean, I'm not saying don't mess with them. I'm saying that this is what you can expect. They expect y'all to be. They're going there assuming that y'all are on some, country politeness stuff.
That is, and they're like, and kept it moving. And I'm like, what is going on here? So,
Oh, by the way, I got cousins in Dallas, and I could tell you that if y'all think that and you look worth a damn, they will fucking run through you. Like, what the fuck?
I feel like in the dating realm in Dallas, it's just like California. And it sucks because I'm like, these are, country men. They got a little bit more, they homegrown. They a little bit more mannerable. I don't even.
The fuck is homegrown mean? Where were Cali men grown? What, were we grown in a field? In a lab? What the fuck? These are homegrown men. We wasn't grown in a home? The fuck is wrong with? Oh, damn. Press 1 in the chat room if you would fuck her to get her to whoop another woman's ass. I did that. That's a story for another day. Actually, I didn't do that. I was fucking her anyway. But I did turn on the charm a little bit more because I did want a bitch to fight another bitch. press 1 in the chat room. Oh, nobody pressed 1 yet. Okay. There isn't a woman out there. Y'all don't have like a baby mama that you would just hire or that you would just fuck her to get to whoop your baby mama ass? Nobody, not one. Okay.
Get approached. And then the ones that do approach, I just be like, come on, y'all. Like, you can tell they don't work out. You can tell they just,
wow. I don't get approached. But then the ones who do approach, ma'am.
Come on, man. You know no better than that as a cool person. Come on, man.
That's because she don't really count men that she's not attracted to as men. I'm telling you, they have a point system. They have a point system. The number of points you are, that's the amount of points that they get when they reject your ass. That's why K. Michelle was like, ain't nothing like turning down a popping ass nigga. Because she got 10 points for that if he's a 10. See, she's upset. It's kind of like when you fishing and your license state that the fish has to be a certain size for you to be able to keep it. So I don't know how many of you went fishing, but that's how it is. You get a fishing license and you can't just, you got to throw some fish back. And that's the way they look at it. So that don't count. When you go home and you tell them how many fish you caught, and you show off, you can't really show off certain fish. Those don't count. That's the way she looks at these men. You don't count in her eyes.
it's like, you know what? I'm just going to be bold today and build up some confidence and talk to her. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. But guys that like I am attracted to.
Either Chantel has a little head or that's a big cup. Let me see that again.
It's like, you know what? I'm just going to be bold today and build up some confidence and talk to her.
That's a big mug. That is a big mug.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. But guys that like I am attracted to, guys that I think will be attracted to me.
Nope. Guys you're attracted to is not attracted to you.
Yeah.
No.
Sounds right.
So the dating scene out here is not good at all. And also too, it's always like the men that I meet are not from Dallas. They're either from like other states and cities. So it's just like I haven't met a guy from Dallas. But the dating scene, I guess I ain't gonna find me no country boy because it's trash out here. It's really, really trash. That's why I just be at the gym and in the house. Because when I go out the house, nobody talks to me anyway. Somebody just stay at home. And I can stay with some coin. Instead of wasting money. Well, I know wasting money last weekend. But still, y'all catch my drift. I don't know about y'all, ladies, men, whoever's seeing this. Drop comments below and let me know what y'all think. Like, am I right? Am I wrong? Like, y'all feel the same way? Do y'all have these same scenarios, stories, or anything that, that's kind of similar to y'all, what I'm going through? Because this ain't it. This ain't it. So, tell me what y'all think in the comments below.
Yeah, just like the last girl, it's nothing but pure confusion. Straight confusion.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like, first you gonna say not one guy approach, but the one guy who approached me. Like you see, it's full of confusion. She is over 35 and dating as if she have a lot of options. Turning down men because they don't go to the gym. Seriously? Something that you can literally start tomorrow? Are we serious right now?
But dating in Dallas is for the birds.
Now that's interesting because I assumed, we never really talked much about that. I assumed that Chantel's type was in the gym also. That's just what I assumed. But live and learn.
I was supposed to go on a date yesterday and I didn't go because I hadn't heard from the man since Sunday when he told me where we were going, the time, everything. So naturally, I'd expect the conversation to continue to progress until the date. But I didn't hear from him since Sunday and then until later on last night after the time that we were supposed to meet.
Did you reach out? This man planning dates. He tells you the time. He tells you the location. He tells you everything. Did you reach out the following day and say, "Hey, checking in. How is your day going? Looking forward to our date."
Good point. Good point. Guess she is that chick. Okay, so y'all having this conversation about. Listen, it says normally when they mention Asia, it's India. No, it's not. They call India, and then when they say Asia, they're talking about the Orient, because people are stupid like that. Americans are. You know, they try to do this polite thing. Okay, for example, I was talking to my cousin because we was talking about that movie Sinners, which if you haven't seen it yet, it's on cable. I definitely recommend it. Great movie, great movie. Always, big ups to the town brother, big up to Ryan Kruger. But I was talking about there was a guy there was an Asian couple there, and I called him Chinaman. I was like, and it was a compliment too. I was like, and I like the Chinaman's role because before, when they make movies about Chinamen and China women in that time period, they'd be all on some Cheech Chong stuff. But he was like a regular person. He even had like a Southern accent, and he was comfortable hanging around Black people. He didn't just sell them goods. He actually went to the club with them. And she corrected me talking about Asian person. And I took the correction because I wasn't 100% sure that he was Chinese, that he was a man from China. So, but then I watched the movie again because I liked the movie. And then on the scene where, it is a slight spoiler, where the white guy was speaking Chinese and she was like, he spoke perfect Chinese. So he's from China, making him a China man. But no, you're not supposed to say Chinaman. It's okay to say Irishman or Englishman or Frenchman, but you can't say Chinaman? What the fuck? Being politically correct has made people retarded. Or excuse me, has made people mentally ill. Yeah, or Chinese man, which means the same thing. There's nothing wrong with the word Chinaman or China woman or Oriental. It's a more precise definition of where the Asia is the largest continent. So this really narrows it down. This narrows it down to the country that they're from. So they are distinguished from Japanese people or Vietnamese people. They're distinguished from other groups of people. This is a precise definition. You see, politically correct is why we went from calling people color people to now calling them people of color. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's made people stupider. I know people say stuff like, yeah, I've been out with an Indian girl and I've been out with an Asian girl. That sounds stupid. It's all kind of stuff in Asia. I think half of Russia is in Asia. I mean, I don't know if it's exactly half, but I know that a very large portion of Russia is in Asia. But when you talk about, if you say, this is an Asian person, you're not talking about a Russian or a Turkish person or anything like that. So be as precise as you know the person to be. What the hell? If I know a person's African, but I don't know the country, I'll call them African. But if I do know the country, I call them the country. I call them Nigerians or Ethiopian or Congolese or Senegalian or Somalian. What the fuck? And notice how the Asian people aren't complaining. No, I mean, most of Russians are descendant from Vikings and crap like that. So I get it, but you get my point. You see the lunacy of it. That's why you mention the country when you can. And if you don't know the country, but they are Russian or there's something like that, you call them Slavic. Because that's what they are. And they don't complain. It's only liberal people in the West that complain about shit on the behalf of other people. You think midgets want to be called little people? You're fucking morons. If I was a midget, I wouldn't be called little person. I'd be called midget. What the fuck? The fuck is a little person is it sounds way more fucked up than midget. Jesus. But no, a man from Ireland, just like in the movie, he was an Irishman, and she didn't have shit to say to that. But college, man, this is retarded.
I already knew this before, but dating in Dallas is for the birds. I was supposed to go on a date yesterday, and I didn't go because I hadn't heard from the man since Sunday when he told me where we were going, the time, everything. So naturally, I'd expect the conversation to continue to progress until the date. But I didn't hear from him since Sunday and then until later on last night after the time that we were supposed to meet.
Did you reach out? This man plan a date. He tells you the time. He tells you the location. He tells you everything. Did you reach out the following day and say, "Hey, checking in. How is your day going? Looking forward to our date." Did you put any kind of effort in it? The man was probably testing her. He was probably praying to see like how long he's gonna take this broad to acknowledge me, to reach out to me. Come on now.
Honestly, I wasn't that bothered because I figured, actually, I didn't figure, I know that I didn't talk to you all day. I didn't get any sort of confirmation. So there was no way that I was going to even attempt to start getting ready.
So why didn't you confirm? That's the thing. If he planned the date and he set the time and he set the place and everything, why didn't you confirm? Hey, are we still on? Like,
I heard from you. Now, it was about an hour and a half, 2 hours after the time we were supposed to meet up when he finally texted me and told me that he got caught up. Which, okay, fine, we're adults, like life gets busy. But what rubbed me the wrong way was he said that neither one of us said anything. So I guess we just chalked it up. But I feel like you should have confirmed. Like, I didn't hear from you.
Damn it, Charlie. All right. I hate interrupting, but I gotta cover this. What the fuck is a dwarf? I don't even think those are real. I think dwarf is like the name of the mutation that makes a midget a midget. The fuck is a dwarf? That's some Lord of the Rings shit if I ever heard it. Like, damn it. You explain me the difference between a dwarf and a midget. And I'm talking about like I know what the difference between a unicorn and a horse is. The difference is that horses are real. What in the hell is the difference between a dwarf and a midget? I'll be damned. I'll be damned if you call a small thing a midget and then they say, actually, I'm a dwarf. What the fuck? What in the fuck type of world is this? That's some Middle Earth shit. No, midgets have little sausage fingers and little arms too, and big heads.
You. And so if I don't hear from you, then it's not happening. Which is what I said, because you're not about to make me feel like this was my fault. Anyways, there's been plenty of times where men have offered to take me on dates and it's like the conversation fizzles out. It doesn't happen. We have a plan like 2 or 3 days
Because she's bored.
out.
Just say she boring. She's expecting these men to carry the conversation. So when she's like, "Oh, I didn't hear from him," it's because she's expecting him to always initiate conversation. When dating is a two-way street. He's dating you, but you're also dating him. If he's the one that's always initiating the conversation, then that's one-sided. Might as well him go and go do something like like who on earth will sign up to always initiate conversation with somebody? Might as well go do something you like to do.
From the
Yeah, I'm glad that Chantel's aware of this because it is challenging. Because remember the other woman who said that the other woman was there. She was saying like the guy just talked too much. He just kept talking and stuff like that. And that's because the burden of maintaining the conversation was on him. And it always is on the man because the failure is that of the man too. Like he just didn't pique my interest. And really, they're not going on the dates to get their interest piqued. They're going on dates to get their stomach full. So, you know, they can tell themselves that the relationship fizzled out because of lack of chemistry, but they are forcing the lack of chemistry. And they're doing this by, you know, like, okay, you know, he talked too much or he don't talk enough, but, you know, they already got what they wanted out of the deal. Oh, you're not gonna convince me that dwarfs are actual things. All right, what the hell? Midget is considered derogatory and offensive, not to midgets, not to midgets. While dwarf can be acceptable in medical context when it's referencing the condition of dwarfism. So just like I said, it defines the genes that makes midgets midgets, but it's not. Dwarves are not an actual thing that people are. That's some Snow White shit. Dwarves are midgets. The term midget was described, it still is used to describe a person of short stature with relatively proportionate body parts. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, those are jockeys. No, the people with the sausage fingers in the in the arms that look like a strong hand and the big heads, those are dwarves. There's no such thing, or those are, damn it, you got my mind messed up. Those are midgets. There are no such thing as dwarves.
time that we talk about it. And it's like, if you just want to play, if you just want to waste my time, then just say that. But can we do it a little faster, please? Because I got a long list of places that I'd like to go, and I can get through them faster if y'all just kept your word.
This bitch. I'm curious to know what Chantel has to say. This bitch says I have a long list of places that I need to go. So it's not about the guy, it's about the places that she needs to go. And she needs a rotation of men, a steady flow to take her to these places. She's going to pretend like the reason why it fizzled out is because, you know, the conversation was bad, but really she's just hoping to get to the next man so she can get to the next place on her list. This is ridiculous. Holy crap. You must be a midget. All right. This is some nonsense. Okay. Yes, I know. A medical condition is not what you call the person with that medical condition. If a person has Hodgkin's disease, you don't call them Hodgkins. Yes, this is what I was saying. That the term is not for it's not for what you call the people. Midget is what you call the people. Dwarfism is what midgets have.
And then you tell me you're not looking for anything serious.
Wait, what?
It's all good though, because summer in Dallas is really about to be one of them ones. So if you see me outside, and y'all already know the rules, if you see me hit my slow dougie, you know what I'm on.
What?
Wait,
But
she
yeah.
said she got a list of places that she would.
What the hell is a slow dougie? Okay, so you say you're at least 15 years older than me, and you saw and heard people use these terms on a regular basis. Okay. Then you know that it was nothing wrong. Was there a million midget march? Did the midgets complain when people were calling them midgets? I probably got a midget listener right now who's not complaining because there's nothing wrong with the damn word. I know ain't everybody ever called them dwarf before. Like, what the fuck? Like, they just like some battle axe swinging people in Middle Earth or some shit like that? Are they some friend zone niggas for Snow White?
Like to go. So that's the only reason she's dating. The only reason she's dating is so she can have these men take her to places that she wants to go. Forget getting to know somebody. Forget building a relationship with somebody. Forget the future. Just take me to places I want to go. Oh,
I'm off the apps. Like, that's never going to be a thing again. And honestly, if I don't meet somebody out just somewhere, then I don't know what I'm going to do.
It's beyond me how these women don't even realize that they are the problem. These grown, educated women who are just so bosses don't realize like the basic concept. Like all of these videos that we watched so far, full of straight confusion.
The thing that nobody understands about dating is like, if you aren't gonna actually put yourself out there when somebody invites you to something and you don't go, then you're not trying. Straight up, I'm just gonna say that. This guy has been trying to pursue me for quite literally since last summer. He doesn't have TikTok, so he's not gonna see this.
Wow. As if this is on the internet. Anybody who watching this video right now and who doesn't have TikTok, leave it in the comment section. I wonder if this guy is seeing this.
It just like kind of fell off towards the fall because like I got busy, he got busy, whatever. He just invited me to, or he didn't just, like he invited me a couple days ago to his pool party that he's having. Would love for me to come. And like I don't want to go. I don't. Like I'm sweaty, like I'm a little bloated, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But like if I want to get married one day, I need to try. I need to put myself out there and I need, oh my God, I need to put myself out there and I need to do it. So yeah, this is your sign that is like if you don't want to go on a date or you don't want to do something, just put yourself out there and do it once, and then if it doesn't work out, don't do it again.
What the hell was the purpose of this video? What the hell?
That's a classic response. I'm going to give one of my own. First of all, yes, what the hell was the purpose of that video? But the second is, she's a time waster. Imagine if somebody was to say that about a job. If I want to have a career someday, then it's good. But, I'm just going to these interviews. Just like, wait, what? Or what if the job said that on the opposite end? Like, hey, if I want to hire somebody someday, that's great. But, I'm just going to bring you in on this interview just because.
First of all, she said the guy has been chasing her since last summer. Shame on him. Like, sir,
I didn't
get some pride. But what's the purpose of this video? Like, she could.
So I've given y'all a list of a couple of places to meet your summer boo, but there's just a couple of things that I want to clear up. When I say summer boo, I mean, like a little fling.
She's ahead of the game. I bet she get big dome.
something for fun for the summer.
Belongs to the streets.
Because this is Dallas, Texas. And I can't tell you the last time that I met a quality man in Dallas, Texas. No,
Because you're not a quality
not
woman.
saying they're not out there.
Dang.
Haven't met them.
Yeah, because you're not a quality woman because you come on the internet talking about your summer fling and your big old age.
I will say at those locations you will meet attractive men.
I need more Jamaican friends. It seems like Jamaican people, and really the only one I know in present is Chantel, but it does seem like Jamaican people are extraordinarily straightforward and blunt. And the entirety of their sub language is that they say stuff like take telling or your big age. They say shit like that, which makes it that much more hilarious. It reminds me of when I was a kid and I used to listen to grown-ups talk shit about each other. When I say grown-ups, I'm not talking about like my dad and my uncles and aunts and stuff like that, because they were more or less born in Oakland in California. I'm talking about the family that come from the South, and they used to say shit that I never heard and talk in a way that I never heard. And it was always to talk shit about another person. That's what Chantel reminds me with the accent and all the shit. In your big old age.
You can have fun with, go on dates with, and they will take care of everything. That has been my experience. Number two, I am dating right now.
Okay.
But I would never post someone that I'm dating on this app, or at least
what are you talking about? TikTok?
I'm not doing that. So you will always see me posting with my hand by myself or toasting with my girls, because men just have a way of embarrassing you once you post them. And lastly, I know a lot of women out here, especially millennials, are really dating with intention, looking to settle down. We're at that age. But I don't think we should be so strict or stand on business so much that we just lock our.
Okay, here's the thing about big age. The oldest millennials right now are like 44, somewhere in that age range. Because the line between Gen X and millennials isn't really clear. But they're still, like me, I'm a very young Gen Xer, if I'm not a millennial. So, to say that in their 40s at the old end, and I guess the young end would probably be like 26, 27. But if you were that, you would just say women in our 20s. I think that she's talking about women who are like somewhere in the middle, like, 35, 36 years old. We're taking it seriously. It's like you should have been taking it seriously for quite some time now. Like 20 years is a long time to not take relationships seriously, but expecting serious results. That is an extremely long time. And in some cases, in the case of an older millennial, 30 years is an extremely long time to not be taking relationships seriously. Almost.
Ourselves that are having fun.
I want to see what she has said.
Business so much.
It's that I do believe, however, that you should always honor your standards, values, and boundaries.
That we just lock ourselves out of having fun. Dating can still be fun. Getting to know someone can still be fun. It doesn't. Every man that you meet is not your husband. Okay. So
Dating is not really supposed to be fun per se. Um, it is fun, but that's not the purpose of it. The purpose of it is it's a courting process. You're getting to know and you're trying to find out if the person is compatible. I'm not saying don't have fun in doing that. And having fun with a person is a way to determine compatibility, but that's a means to an end. Put it like this: if you have a date that wasn't fun, but you found out that you were compatible with the person, then that would be considered a good date. For example, I went on a date with a woman, and I thought we went to, this was years ago during Halloween time. We went to one of those haunted house things, and it wasn't scary. It wasn't scary for me as an adult man and her as an adult woman, making it not really fun. But in the process, we did determine that we liked each other. So it was a good date in that regard. That would be an example of that. It's like, that doesn't, that's an ancillary thing. We're really here to get to know each other. This wasn't that fun, or if you go to the restaurant and the food isn't that good, it's like, this was, or if a movie isn't good. So it seems like she might be slightly on some not understanding the purpose of a date completely, or of dating. And what women like this tend to do is if a date is not fun due to the movie being bad, they tend to blame the person. I'm gonna tell you one of the worst dates I had, and this was largely because of the atmosphere. It was with this girl from Zimbabwe, and we went to see the movie Cloud Atlas, right? I'm thinking like it's nothing like Halle Berry than to nothing better than watching Halle Berry to get me into the mood of trying to fuck somebody who doesn't look like Halle Berry. But nevertheless, we went to see the movie Cloud Atlas with Tom Hanks and Halle Berry and other people. That was the longest fucking movie. I think that's the longest movie I've ever seen. After that, and this was on both ends. We both felt the same way. After that, the whole mood was just completely shot to hell. Let me see. How long is Cloud Atlas? Hold on. Cloud Atlas is 2 hours and 52 minutes long. Most movies is like an hour and change. It's 2 hours. So with the previews, that's 3 damn hours. And the whole time I'm looking at the movie like, what the fuck? It was long, it was weird, and it fucked up the whole night. So yeah, there is an extreme that can mess up a date. But generally speaking, you're there more for the person than the event. That's what I'm getting at.
taking the time to meet people, getting to know them, putting yourself out there, going to places that aren't clubs, I think is a good first step and one of the whole reasons why I even put the list together. So I hope y'all are having a wonderful summer here in Dallas, and I hope that you all meet someone that you like, and if it does turn into something beautiful and long-term and amazing, I love that.
How is she talking about standard and boundary meanwhile she encouraging women to get pump and dump for the summer?
Is that what that
Again,
means?
another example of confusion.
That's what slow Dougie means.
Serious relationship, or you want to get pump and dump, but you can't be signing up for both. You think that you can just turn on your pump and dump card for the summer, and then when fall come, a man of value is going to pick you up and wife you?
No.
And what's going to happen next summer?
I've now seen 2 videos today One naturally.
I seen this guy on the other one, on Charles and Charles's video.
And someone tagged me in the other one of two Dallas TikTokers or influencers who went to a singles event last night, right? And both of them had the same thing. First of all, Dallas women are gorgeous. They always have been. Shout out to them. They were talking about how it was all Dallas women in there and no men. Like, they literally said the exact same thing. Both of them said it was like 10 men in there, including the one guy who made the thing. Right? Because one of the influencers was a guy, the other one was a girl. And I'm just going to tell you why the men aren't going. The men are exhausted. They are exhausted from the rejection. They're exhausted from
the windy mics.
Think about, I made a video for y'all earlier this week about some girl who made a video talking about calling some of the women in Dallas male-centered because they are going to like the run clubs and stuff, trying to find a man. But those would be some of the same women who would come to a singles mixes. They don't want to be male-centered. They think men aren't worth anything, but they would be at those events. And the dudes are kind of tired of it. I'm not saying there is no hope, but I'm just saying the dudes are tired of the singles mixes because it's always the same rinse and repeat. It's always the same. Y'all go to these events, come on TikTok, give an appalling criticism of the men weren't attractive, they weren't high value, like the girls were top tier, but the men were trash. Like, who's signing up for that?
Exactly.
You know, because I'm on TikTok outside of what I share with you all, in fact, I don't even think I ever watched a TikTok video that I didn't share with you all. But I didn't even know that was a thing, but that does make it like 10 times worse. I mean, it's bad knowing that they're going there with the intention on having a story to tell their girlfriends of how shitty the night was. And that's what they're really doing. But now they're doing it because they're doing it on TikTok. It's amazing. It's amazing when people plan fuck shit. I remember thinking that. So there's a video, at least back in my day it was, and it was an actual videotape, VHS tape, called Oakland Gone Wild. And the video is exactly as it describes, and it's a video of Oakland YNs doing dumb nigga shit. And I used to go when I was younger. I used to go just to watch niggas do dumb nigga shit, and of course to pick up females, which is really the only reason why I ever did anything ever at that age. But or the primary reason, at least. But one time I was watching it, I was watching Oakland Gone Wild, and okay, so full disclosure, what they were doing was, we have what's called a sideshow, and that's where you get together, kind of like Fast and Furious, except instead of a racing, you're displaying, automotive acrobatics, like sideshow or like donuts, ghost riding, and shit like that. And every time they would find somebody, I don't know how they determined who it was gonna be. Was it random? Did they just look and say, that nigga look like I want to fuck his car up? But every now and again, they would find somebody whose car that they fuck up. They hit it with baseball bats. They hit it with clubs. They dance on it. They stomp on it and shit like that. And then one time I seen a YN with a golf club. And I said to myself, that was planned. That nigga was at home with some golf clubs, brought it to the sideshow like I'm gonna fuck somebody's car up. It takes a special type of nigga to plan depraved behavior like that. I went to the sideshow. I never fucked nobody's car up, and I damn sure didn't bring a golf club from home to fuck with people's car. It takes a special type of nigga to pre-plan your nigga shit. And these bitches are no different. They are going to these singles events with the preconceived plan. That is their game plan. Their plan is to turn niggas down and complain. Just to have a story to tell to other bitches.
So I'm sorry that the singles mixer didn't go well, but think about what y'all have done to make it not go well.
It's that confusion too. It's like they're like, I want a good man, I want a good man. But then they're calling women pick me who are like, oh, here's what you should do to find yourself a good man. It's a confusion. I swear these women are just listen, remember I said
Yeah, good point. They say that they want a good man, but call women pick me for wanting a good man.
do not argue with them, do not go back and forth, do not debate, point, laugh, and as somebody who used to live in Dallas, I did not have a lot of female friends when I was living there because they were just so superficial. They were more concerned with dressing up and going to the brunches and taking pictures and posting it online than actually developing real, authentic relationships.
Okay. Chantel I only go to Dallas to visit. Chantel lives there, so her perception is different. But like, if someone was to use the word superficial to describe women, I would assume that it means that they're hotter than the women that I've seen in Dallas. But no, a person doesn't necessarily have to be attractive to be superficial. A woman doesn't necessarily have to be attractive to be superficial. She's only focused on the things of the surface, just not her own surface.
And that was like friend relationships. I can only imagine what it's like on the dating scene. So listen, if y'all on the dating market, and then obviously this is not just exclusive to Dallas, because even being in Kingston now, I can observe just how superficial women are in Jamaica. Like everybody just want to be Barbie and Dolly. Everybody care about them lace front and them lashes and them nails and them BBL more than they do building genuine connections. It's just the world we live in.
Okay. I got a feeling that I would find all that stuff that she described nastier on Jamaican women than I find it on American women. And that is because I find it nastier on African women too. And that is because it's worser when y'all do it. It just is. And I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know why. It's because y'all are closer to not whitedness, making it look more foolish on you. For example, take I forget his name, the actor that plays his name, but Bruce Leroy. Bruce Leroy, it looked foolish, but it was supposed to look foolish because that was the comedy aspect of the movie when he was dressed and behaved like a Chinaman. He had the pointed hat and all that stuff. It looked foolish. It was supposed to look foolish. Just like when Shonuff, he did his hair like a Japanese shogun. It's supposed to look foolish. The blacker you are, the more foolish it would look. Bruce Leroy was a light-skinned brother. So it didn't look as foolish as if, like a young Wesley Snipes was to do it. So I think the whole weaves and lashes and all that crap looks worser on African women, but that don't stop them from doing it.
Dating culture is just absolutely trash right now. It's so superficial, it's so surface level. I feel sorry for anybody who's out there, especially men who's out there on the dating market. Yeah, good luck. Anyways, yeah, go pick up on yourself, go watch the next video that pop up on the screen. Again, women pissed as hell because men are like, they're not doing it.
Okay, I know I said that this will be the last one, but I just got one more thing. So I want to give some contrast want to give some contrast. Let me read a couple of your comments and then go to the next video if I have it still. You see, I thought Watchmen was long. Watchmen was long too. Watchmen was confusing too. I stray away from. I don't do movie dates too often. However, and I think it was after Cloud Atlas that I realized that I shouldn't be doing movie dates because I just spent 3 hours with no actual interaction with her. But I never really did action movies for dates because it's not, in my opinion, like a good icebreaker. And that's what movies are like, so you can have something to talk about afterwards. Um, but Watchmen, I'm glad I didn't. I don't think I dated. I know I didn't date with that movie, and in fact, I didn't even watch it in the theaters. Um, and it was confusing as hell. So it's just something you got to watch more than once to understand, and even still, you might not understand it. I think you have to actually be into the comic books or wherever it came from. All right, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it looks foolish. Yeah, exactly. Like the women who wear the weaves and stuff, they are actually serious. Like it's meant to be beautiful. Bruce Leroy, like he wasn't meant to be taken seriously. It was meant to be a joke. So yeah, they want you to take them seriously with that. It's like, man, you are African with African features, and Jamaican are closer to Africa. Jamaica is closer to Africa than America. So Jamaica is closer to Africa than America is to Africa. Jamaica is not closer to Africa than America, meaning that it's closer to America than Africa. I know what I mean. Anyway, oh shit. So I go online, I go on YouTube, and Pink Book Lesson has a thing to where Tyler flopped. Now, I haven't heard Tyler sing, so I could be wrong, but she seems like the sweet type. She's cute as hell. She is cute as hell. Um, I want her to have my daughter, but she flopped. So if her music is a reflection of how I think it is, then that's really a sign of the time. I doubt that she's up there on some sexy red. What's her name? What's Suki Hana type shit? But if she's flopping and sexy red and Suki Hana isn't flopping, we live in terrible times. We live in terrible times. You want to know what else? I don't know why I watched this, but I'm gonna share it with y'all. Maybe y'all could tell me what it is. That make me click on this every time. Hold on. got really big heads, and they keep fucking with each other. Like one of them is stuck in the couch, and the other one bite his head. And I'll just be cracking up when I see this shit. I will be cracking the fuck up. Like he gonna bite his head. I don't know why I find certain things interesting. I really don't. But I don't need to know. Yeah, I just like to see the baby get his head bit by another baby. That's just is what it is. All right. Now let's see if I can find a video that I was actually looking for. That came up on my feed. All right, that's in my history when I was looking for this other video. Let me see if I can find. Ah, here it is. All right, so now we're going to just check out the dating scene abroad a little bit.
Camper right now, but I just really want to apologize for what I said last night, and I feel like I disrespected you because I noticed that you removed me as your follower. It's fine, but I just really feel bad.
You know, dating in the Philippines, in my opinion, is still the best place on the planet to find love. And I really do mean that. Filipinos show a certain level of catering and femininity, loyalty, whether it's true loyalty or not. And I'll get to that later. That to me, I've just never seen before. Like,
Oh,
to me,
yeah.
it really brings into perspective, like, what have I been missing out on?
I didn't know she had ass. So I heard this. I didn't see it. And some, I wouldn't give the entire population this general thumbs of approval, penis of approval, but some Filipinas got ass, and that was one of them. Okay, and she knew where to take that ass. She knew exactly where to take that ass. She said, I'm a Filipino with ass and he's a black man. There we go. Enough said. Enough said. Enough said.
And it even brings to perspective my value as a man. Like, oh, people think I'm this important. That's something you kind of have to take back and reflect on, because Western men here have been being told, like, oh, we ain't, like, oh, you're not good enough, you're not tall enough, you're not strong enough, you're not smart enough, you don't make enough money, etc. enough for.
I don't know how tall he is, right? I'm 6'0", and it seems like he may be a little bit shorter than that, or he's 6'0" also. But what he's doing right now, how he's like over everybody's head, that's exactly what I was doing. That is exactly what I was doing. Maybe he's taller and he's just walking down a block of taller Filipino dudes. But walking down the block and not a motherfucker taller than you, that is exactly what I went through. That is exactly what I went through. Walking down a busy street and there niggas taller than you, that is exactly what I went through. The height stuff is the most childish thing. Well, they're women.
How long can you keep being told that before you start
I don't
to
believe
believe,
that
like,
shit.
oh, maybe I am less than? I wanted to talk about some of the not so great parts about dating in the Philippines and some of the cultural adjustments that you got to make in order to survive dating here. Survive, and that might be.
Hey, is it buffering, y'all? Let me know. Somebody say something. Tell me if it's buffering.
Drastic, but some of the things that have happened to me in my time dating here have been on that side of drastic. I mean, from stalking to harassment and everything in between. It gets pretty bad, but I want to show you some of them. So some of the clips I'm about to show you are for perspective here, are from a girl I was talking to for.
You see how she touched his hair? They do that. They like to touch the stuff that's new to you because you're black, new to them because you're black. I gave one permission to touch my penis, and she did, and then she go talking, what's that, Tagalog to the other girls, and they all got a touch, even though I only gave permission to one. They do have a curiosity about my dick and my hair. They just do. And they like to pick at my face. So, and by that, I mean like the way you pick at a baby's face, which is annoying. Yeah. I mean, it's great that they have this fascination, but it's like, somebody saying, and that's a problem for you? Fuck yeah. Like, I mean, after a while, it's fine, it's cute, but no, stop picking at my face. Like, what the hell? But just like this guy is saying, it's different cultures.
At max a week, only a week, maybe a week and a half, and we've seen each other now maybe 3 times. But I've made it clear, as you all should do, you should make it very clear what your intentions are.
They don't care.
Whether that's to date seriously, whether that's, hey.
They don't care. Which is why I don't listen, all this guy is doing is he is absolving himself of any wrongdoing. But they're going to hear what they want to hear. If you directly tell them, like, listen, I am just looking to smash. I am not looking for anything serious. They will try to make something serious of it, no matter what. No matter what. In many cases, if they're sleeping with you, you are a fantasy, and they're not just going to let it pass, because quite frankly, they don't have a pump and dump culture. What they're doing is they're willing to allow you to sample the goods for a relationship, but they're not doing the pump and dump thing just for the sake of pump and dump. That's not the type of shit that they're on. So yeah, him telling them that is that he's just absolving himself from guilt. And he's not a bad person. Neither are they bad women, but I got to call that out.
I don't know what I want right now, and I'm trying to figure it out. Or, hey, I'm just looking for something casual. You should make those intentions clear, which I always do to the best.
That doesn't help. It doesn't help. I mean, listen, here's the thing, and I've been with enough of them to know. I've only been there for 3 weeks, but they made this very clear. It's better to fuck you and find out that you're not serious than to not fuck you and wonder if you could have been serious. Because that shit will eat them. That shit will eat them. You know, I had 6 foot tall black man that I could have married, but I refused to fuck him when he wanted to. They would hate that feeling for the rest of their life. So they'll just fuck you. Just, you know, at least they got that. Eric, he says, I'm cool with that. You're cool with that if you are comfortable being an asshole. If you are comfortable breaking hearts, because that's what you're doing. If you're comfortable with that, then yeah, you could be cool with that. I'm not comfortable doing that. So, you know, it is what it is.
My abilities. There's some mental gymnastics that I think Filipinos do to force a relationship with someone they know they're not compatible with. If you fit their idea or what they imagine to be their perfect foreigner man. So this is me. This is me at a club, a local club in Cebu, and I'm minding my business. I'm not bothering anybody, and I'm keeping to myself. But in this, you can see someone is recording me. And the problem is, I don't know who the fuck took this recording. I don't know who took this video. I don't know who just randomly decided to record me and then send it back to the girl I was talking to let her know, hey, he's out. Now, I have to preface this, like, during this time, I'm single. I'm extremely single. I'm in a foreign country. You know, I don't really know anyone. And I have not given the expectation to any woman that I've talked to that I'm going to give her the title of girlfriend. So all this to me is just really strange and suspicious. And it's stalking. I mean, definitively this is considered stalking, right? It has to be. Like there's no way, like if a guy did this, would we call it stalking? Yes, we would, because it is. And it's just a lot to process. But that brings me to, why are her expectations so high after just meeting me? Her expectations are strangely high, and they don't quite correlate with the amount of affection and attention that I've shown her up to this point, in my opinion. And two,
All right, this dude is a little naive, and I don't think he's really given a fair appraisal of himself and at all. He's not given, and I think that's because he's a Black American, and he appraised himself in the eyes of Black American females, and that perception is, I'm not good enough. So he's there with this whole confused, like, why are these women so infatuated with me and so eager to make me their boyfriend? Well, look at what the fuck, look at the regular couples there. Look at her and look at him. I mean, like, here, let me see if I can find some more so we can get some perspectives. Like, it's like, wait a minute.
Really know anyone.
That was like the first thing I noticed.
And I have not given the expectation to any woman that I've talked to that I'm going to.
But basically, what I'm saying is, the women are always like ridiculously more pretty than the men, are handsome. Ridiculously more pretty than the men are handsome. So you are coming there, a guy who is as handsome as they are pretty, and you're fucking rich, relatively speaking. You're fucking rich. You Jesus fucking Christ. He's like, I don't know why they so infatuated me. Are you slow? What the fuck? What the fuck? You're the tallest, darkest, handsomest man they have ever seen in their fucking life. And you're fucking them. Why are they so infatuated? Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. And I shouldn't even say he's slow. I should say that this is what years of you're not good enough is doing to black men. Like, this is what good enough feels like. Like, this is what good. Are you fucking kidding me? Listen, if they could CGI a man, he would be fucking you. Holy fuck. This is retarded. This is retarded. This is a trip. Like, I don't like look. I was looking around. That was one of the first things I did. Like, so I was I took a chick to the movies, and we've seen this movie called Bad Geniuses. I don't know if that ever made its way to the States. It's a movie. I think it took place in China or something, where you had a group of young people who were geniuses, and they got perfect scores on their SATs and stuff, and um, they helped other people get perfect scores too. So, they would cheat for other people, and the whole thing was the ingenious ways they would get their answers to other kids who didn't do as well. So everybody had perfect scores if they had the money to pay. Good movie, and I'm looking around in the movie theater, and I was like, "Holy shit, she's with him." And you'll see like a cute little PYT with some bee stings on her chest and shit like that, and she's with like a 60-year-old short balding dude. And that's not like a one-off too. That was a perfectly regular relationship. So you wonder why they value you so much? Are you fucking kidding me?
Give her the title of girlfriend. So all this to me just really strange and suspicious, and it's stalking. I mean, like, definitively.
Oh, and let's not even talk about the white dudes. Let's not even fucking talk about the white dudes. White dudes there mostly come from Australia, and they be on they call them pickles. And this isn't I didn't coin this term. It was another brother there who was like, man, all these fucking pickles. And I looked around, it's a bunch of white dudes with like warts on their neck and shit like that, and their head go directly into their neck, which go directly into their shoulders because they shape different. They shape different. In a bad way. It was a whole bunch of Ron Jeremy looking motherfuckers there. And you are a fucking fantasy. Are you kidding me? I don't know why. I don't know why they get so attached. And you gave them the first big dick they ever had in their fucking life. And that's another thing. You bring your own magnums. Bring your own magnums, because you ain't gonna find any magnums anywhere on the whole fucking island. And that is a fact. That is a fact. You are not going to find islands. You're not going to find any magnums. Because they got little dicks. So yes, you are fulfilling a space and a fantasy. Talking about why these are so infatuated.
This is considered stalking, right? It has to be. Like, there's no way. Like, if a guy did this, would we call it stalking? Yes, we would, because it is. And it's just a lot to process. But that brings me to, why are her expectations expectations for me so high after just me affection and I've shown in my opinion. And two, and I really want you guys to hear me on this point. If a guy did this, he'd be labeled as weird. And
The owner of the cartel used to be my friend. They sent me some of the videos, but it's fine. It's your life, anyways. They recognize me, yeah, because they recognize you because she showed you off to everybody. She showed you off to everybody, to where even the person that used to be her friend has gotten a, like, hey, mine's with a 6 foot tall black guy. Really? Let me see. Yeah, he's with a 6 foot tall. It went to everybody. Yes, that's what they do. This dude is not used to women being impressed by him, and I don't. It's not his fault. That's just being an American black man.
a stalker and strange. Rightfully so. I think we can all unanimously agree that if a
What the hell
guy
is
did
a
this,
park mail?
he's weird. So her doing it, logically speaking, is also weird. But I suppose because of our double standards, this is just how it is. But then she just like goes full on unhinged and she sends me another video of myself out in public. And I'm just like, this is weird. How many friends do you got here? And like, y'all just gonna keep recording me all night? Like this is creepy. Like this is really weird. There's no scenario where the roles are reversed, and this is okay. Like this is categorically strange behavior.
It is.
But it doesn't stop there. No, it's not over. Then she blows up my phone as if to say, if you don't answer, I'm going to force you to answer the phone by continuously calling you. And this is another Filipina special. Hate to say it to guys, but this is also a common Filipina thing. And guys, my problem is we just started talking. Like if we were married, and you know what, I can step back and I can try to look at this a different way. If we had been talking for like months, 3, 4 months, 5, a long time, and I'd put in that effort and I made her feel like, okay, he's trying to work towards something. Fair game. This is all perfectly fair. But 2 weeks and we hung out maybe 2, 3 times max. If I'm being honest, I don't even think we went on a date. I think she only just came to my hotel room after she got off work. So, like, guys, help me out. And please help me out in the comments.
This video,
Filipina love bomb.
and you'll understand what happened.
Filipina stalking and hypocrisy.
Okay. So say she's with him, which is a perfectly normal pairing in the Philippines. Say she's with him. In fact, it's perfectly normal for him to be with both of these women. You wonder why she's fantasizing about you? You wonder why she's touching your hair, because he don't have none. So imagine if she has a cousin and she takes a picture with this man here, this white dude here, and he's like, and she's like, hey, take a look at my foreign boyfriend. And then the cousin comes out and says, really? Well, take a look at my foreign boyfriend. You see? I can't believe you don't see this. Black women have done a serious number on black men. Serious number on black men. Austin is all fucked up. They have done, and the younger you are, the more fucked up you are. Because y'all got the worst of it.
That is pretty common.
So look at this pairing.
At least from my experience.
And look at this pairing. Now, these two could be, you know, even though Oriental people do look alike, but, you know, yeah, you think? I wonder why she's bragging. Because she's with him. It's a huge, she got a deal. This is the deal other Filipinas get. This is the deal she got. You're wondering why she's same income, at least from as far as they're concerned. Kind of like, I don't know the difference between a person that makes $10 million a year versus a person who makes, you know, $20 million a year. I really don't know the difference. They don't know the difference between a person who makes 50K or 150K because for their purposes, it's all the same. So, yeah, you don't see that. That's funny.
Here, it's pretty common. That's happened to me at least 10 times, minimum 10. Now, despite how my channel may be perceived by the opposite sex, I'm not out here.
Look at this. These are their options. And trust me, I'm not, you know, this is no homework. And I'm not pausing and saying that this is the God-faced handsomest nigga alive, but you might as well be in this fucking establishment. Like, that's your competition, my dude. You don't see that. You really don't. You really not seeing what's going on here.
You're just like dogging bitches. I don't do that.
I don't.
It's not my thing. It's not in my character to do. And in fact, it's probably the other way around. When I'm traveling and I'm dating abroad, it's more than likely the opposite scenario. If a Filipina senses that you are extremely nice, overly nice, etc., and they can take advantage of you, they
winning and don't even know it. He knows that he's winning, but he don't know that they're winning. He's like, why are they acting like this? Because they're winning. I could tell you a couple of stories in the Philippines, but one story I'm gonna tell y'all today, because I think I already told the story. Hit the like button. And I'll never forget that this happened. So I was with this Filipina, and I didn't have much clothes. So I had her take my clothes to the laundry, right? Which was down the street. And she did. She liked doing errands and stuff for me, right? And she did all the stuff. I'm not even going to go into details. I'm not talking about sexual. I'm talking about all the non-sexual stuff, right? Made sure I was taken care of for the time that she could during the trip. And I could see her from the hotel window walk to the laundromat. And then I was just still out there chilling on the balcony. And I seen her coming back. But she didn't see me looking. I gave her a text message saying, hurry up, I'm horny. And she didn't run, but she started walking real fast. Like, I seen her look at the phone and start walking real fast towards the hotel. I was like, damn. Didn't know I was looking. So yeah, it's a whole different thing out there. And these bras wondering why brothers would rather just save their money for a trip to the Philippines than to fucking go to a Texas singles event. All right. So Eric Hormonger, thanks a lot, brother. He says he used to be in the thirsty one. Yep. Being thirsted after is a new experience. Yes, because Filipino women value men on a base level, meaning that if you're not tall, dark, and handsome and rich, they still value you. Now, if you are those things, then that just increases your value, but they still have a baseline value. Women, particularly black women, don't have a baseline value for men. They all have this, and this is on the previous part, they all have this take it or leave it mentality. Like that one with the green eyes, she's like, Like, yeah, there's no men here. Not that I'm complaining. This, they all have this nonchalant take it or leave it attitude. You know.
And that's some kind of overgeneralization, and maybe it doesn't fit everyone. And I understand that whoop-de-doo, that's fine to be politically correct. But scenarios, that is exactly what's going to happen. So another interesting example, I had came to the Philippines. This was maybe my first or second time here, and I was talking to a girl through Tinder before I got to the Philippines. And when I got there, I kid you not, I just got off the plane, and we were hanging out in my hotel, and she had told me, she was like, "Yeah, I don't really want to hang out anymore unless we're like dating and like boyfriend and girlfriend." And I'll be honest, that's so confusing. I'm like, but I just got here. Like I just got off the plane, quite literally still jet lagged. I hadn't been in the Philippines more than 24 hours. And she's saying, she's giving me an ultimatum, basically. Like, hey, look.
Okay, here's the thing about the moment you get off the plane. Because I realized this, and that's because they don't want to give you an opportunity to see other women. Because they know that, they know that you don't know your value, but if you are by yourself and you see all the other girls, they're going to make you aware of your value real quick. So they snag you. They put their arms around you the moment you land off the plane, so another woman don't have the opportunity to get at you. Okay, so Cortez, I've been getting your emails. Don't think I haven't been getting. I've been getting your emails, and yes, I did see some of the Austin video, and I seen this last thumbnail, and those two chicks kind of look cute, but it's still nowhere near Brazilian, Colombian level. It's nowhere near South America's level. Like these are the exception, where in Colombia, South America, that would be the norm. And when I say the norm, I'm talking about, you go to like a taqueria or something like that, and that's what will serve you. Not even the ones who are actually, glammed up looking to get chose. But yeah, what I'm saying is he don't know his worth. And what Austin is doing is he's looking for the validation that Keisha isn't giving him in the States, abroad. And this guy here, he's getting validation because he's valid. So, I mean, a lot of these younger dudes are working from a validation deficit, an extreme validation deficit. I'm fortunate enough to have seen the 90s. So, I don't really have that same issue. Bitches got worse by the time these men came of age. And, they really think that they like, because basically what he's saying is, why are these women infatuated with little old me? It's like, there's no little old you. You know what it is? These dudes never was arrogant. I spent a large portion of my youth as an arrogant motherfucker. And if I was 25 famous making six figures, which I wasn't at 25, any of those things, well, I was 25 at 25, but I wasn't making six figures and I wasn't famous. It would be, I would be like unimaginably, arrogant. So the fact that they're not is a reflection of the society that they were brought up in. And that society is designed to humble black men. Everything that goes on in the black community from black women is to humble you. Your mama humbles you. Your teacher humbles you. You are raised to be humbled. And that's why he's like this. That's why he don't get it. Look at the body language going on between her and him.
This is cool. I like you and whatever, but if you don't want to be like my boyfriend, then I don't want to hang out with you anymore. And it's been less than 24. I'm not kidding. Less than 24 hours. On what planet is that okay? If the roles were reversed, I have to keep doing that to get people to see how weird it is. If the roles were reversed and you just met a guy and he's like, yeah, so this is fun and all, and I'm glad we hang out, but I want you to be my girlfriend. And if you say no, then I don't want to talk to you anymore ever again. But you have to make the decision like now. And similar scenario, another girl who I was talking to, and we had been talking prior before I got there, and I get there, and she's like, "I want you to come to my province to meet my parents and to meet my folks." Well, what? You don't know me, lady. You don't know
That happened
me.
to me too.
I could be.
Not parents, but I did meet cousins, and I had cousins, and I met sisters. I didn't meet any kids, and I didn't meet any parents. But yeah, I met cousins. It's twin sister. Twin sister. She introduced me to her twin sister. Now, that's not what y'all thinking. Don't be nasty. No, I went on a double date. Her twin sister was also dating a foreigner, a white dude, a European white dude, not an American. So yeah, but they are eager. And then there's the chicks that just come up right up to you and ask to take your picture. And in one instance, it was her dude taking it. It was like I was famous. Yeah, she's like, "Can I take your picture?" I was like, "Okay." You know, I don't know what she did with it. Well, you know something. It says she wants her parents to help vet you. I think it's somewhat bragging, but on you. But I don't know about the parent thing. I will say about the cousin thing because I got mixed signals. So with the cousin thing, I thought I would wind up fucking both. Um, Now I didn't. It turns out that they bring their cousins on as a chaperone. So you don't fuck. They're there. They're there because for just like I said, a chaperone. They're there because it's hard for them to deny you. So on their own. So the cousin is there to just kind of like make sure nothing like that goes down too soon. I thought that they both wanted to fuck. I did not. She was like, "You mind if I bring my cousin?" I was like, "Hell yeah." Uh, but no, I slowly realized that that's what was going on. I didn't fuck him, but I realized that that's what was going on. And that was just because of her general behavior and demeanor. Like she was really just like super sweet, polite, and everything like that. And she was really on some whatever the man says goes. So she needed somebody there to curb that, or else if she finds herself with the wrong dude, she'll be she'll be standing on East 14th in Oakland, um, bringing the money home to some no account niggas. So I get it now. I didn't get it then. I get it now. I thought they both went the fuck. So the parent thing, I don't know. I haven't been introduced to any parents.
I could be a weirdo. I could be like a Jeffrey. Like you could be a weirdo. We don't know each other. Like, is that like? Listen, when people are giving you like those kind of ultimatums, like so quickly, especially when you just meet somebody, it's a form of manipulation. They're only saying that because
look how much bigger he is than her, and he still wonder like, I don't get why they just are so stuck. Come on now, look at this dude. You truly don't get it. Look at this dude. This is what other foreigners are like.
Because they think they might can get away with it, and even if they don't think they can, they have to try. Because
Latin American girls are Catholic too. I ain't never had a chick bring her cousin like that.
They're trying to pull something. They have to be. They have to be trying to pull something because that's not. It may be a cultural barrier. That may be what it is, and if it is, then hey, I apologize. I just don't understand, and I probably never will. But to me, that just comes off as just manipulative and strange. Like, and you know what? It probably is a cultural barrier. Maybe that's just something that just happens there. But to me, that's just foreign. And like, I'm not selling anyone a dream. I don't sell dreams. I don't do that. I don't have to. Like to court women, I don't have to sell them a dream. Normally,
you are their dream, whether you are selling it or not. Whether you are selling it or not, you are their fucking dream. I was in the Dominican Republic. This was not the stove girl. This was not that trip. And this chick gave me a fucking dream. I mean, it was like it was a fucking dream. It I don't even know where to begin on this, but per her suggestion, she told me that I can film her giving head. And she said it like in a polite way. She said, you won't record? You won't record? And then she made the motion, like, she made the jack off motion. So basically she's saying, just like a regular, like, hey, you want to record me sucking a dick so you can jack off when you're back you're back in the States? Just like as a nonchalant way. I was like, because I got other head videos from girls in the States, but they never. It was always a me ask, and it was always like not the first time I fucked them. And sometimes it took some convincing. So I was just shocked that she just offered it up like freely, like, oh shit, okay, and it was no stipulation. She didn't say like, I can't show this to anybody else. So she did that. The head was spectacular. The fuck was great. I was fucking so hard and so good that the mattress slid off the box spring, and we was damn near upside down, still fucking. And that's not the best part. The best part was after everything was said and done, she wiped me off and cleaned the bed. So, I damn near fell in love after she cleaned the bed, after she made the bed. I was asking for a phone number. She didn't give it to me. She said that she don't have a phone, which I would definitely call cap if a woman in the States said that. There, it's maybe 50-50. I was like, well, let's go to the place and get you a phone. She was not having it. She was like, this is a one and done. This is a one and done. And yeah. So she was a fantasy, even though she wasn't trying to be a fantasy. She was just being her. Like, I mean, she can't stop me from fantasizing about making this like a regular part of my life. And that's how they see you.
To be perfectly honest, like I'm straightforward and my looks carry me enough to where I don't have to sell a girl a dream to get her to hang out with me. Never been used to moving that fast. Now, in this scenario, we hung out twice in the span of like 2 weeks. And this is how she reacted after I left the Philippines. This is how she reacted after I left. Just absolute love bombing. And I got so overwhelmed from what feels to me just like the bare minimum effort that I'm just skeptical at this point. I'm like, there's no way you're
Why are you
this into me
skeptical?
after all I did was take you to a nice restaurant, a nice bar, whatever. I bought you flowers, like something along those lines. I'm not getting into specifics.
They got black men so fucked up. I'm telling you, black women will have you fucked up when it comes to relating to other women. They will have you fucked up when it comes to relating to other women because, you know, the way that you adjust yourself according to relate to them, to relate to other black women is so different than what's appealing to other women. First of all, you know, other women like confidence in a man. Black women make sure that you don't have any fucking confidence. So you don't go to other groups of women with confidence. They don't want that. So they make it a point that from birth, they remind you that you ain't shit, you know, to assure that you don't have confidence when you approach other women. Secondly, okay, I'm going to tell you my first experience because I'm older than probably most of you. But my experience when I first started like interacting with women who, this isn't my first experience interacting with black women, or excuse me, non-black women, but this is like my first experience interacting with non-black women who haven't really interacted with black women. So I grew up in Oakland, but I went to college in not Oakland, meaning that the white women and the Asian women and stuff who are in Oakland or like San Francisco or something like that, or, you know, adjacent area, they still have some understanding and they come for the dick anyway. But you go to university, still in California, but, you know, you go to a PWI and it's a whole different ballgame. So the way they acted was, best thing was to say is foreign. And here's the thing that got me, and I was just as confused as this young brother is. These women were nice even when they didn't want to fuck. And that just blew my mind. That they default nice. So I'm used to, if they're not treating you like shit, it's because they want to fuck you. That's what I'm used to. So every not shit treatment, every not shit treatment I got is like, oh, she must be interested. It was a choosing signal. So the signals was completely off. And I'll give an example. I was taking this physics class, and I was maybe like 5-10 minutes late. And so I sit behind this Asian girl, and Oriental girl, and I'm taking notes, and she's like, do you want to see my notes for the first part? And I'm like, I looked, and I'm like, nah, I'm good, and that's because you know he had one of those chalkboards. It was a chalkboard or a whiteboard, but he had one of those boards where you fill up one board and then you slide it up, and it's another board underneath. So he hadn't really erased the first board yet. So most, if not all, the notes were already on that first board. So I wasn't really, like dying for notes at that point. But she just kept insisting, right? And I was like, do she want to fuck? And then afterwards, she met up with her boyfriend, white dude. I was like, oh, she didn't want to fuck. She was just being real nice. She was just being really, really, really nice. That's new. Being nice and not wanting anything in return, not even dick, is a very non-black woman thing to do and be. And it caught me off guard. It took me a while to get used to that. And by a while, I'm not talking about it. It didn't take like 4 years to get used to it. But, it took a couple of interactions to, distinguish nice from choosing signals.
With every one of exactly what I did, but I promise you, I'm not doing super grand gestures. I'm not simping, and I most importantly am not selling a dream. I do not sell dreams to women. I don't have to. Yeah, I don't know, man. Uh, I'm just not sure. Maybe I'm so skeptical because I'm insecure, and maybe maybe I've been him this whole time.
And you said maybe I've been him this whole time. Well, you are you. You've been you this whole time. It's just that you've been valued differently. You haven't been made aware of your value. They've been keeping that a secret from you. Black women have been keeping that a secret from you. Dang, it was something else. Oh, yeah. So, just like the woman who I just told you the story about with the video, which I still have, she wasn't selling anything to me, but I mean, she behaved like a dream. She made my dream in that one instance come true with her personality and her looks and everything like that. So, of course I'm going to want more. You're doing the same thing to these women.
I mean, I just didn't know how great I was. I'm joking. I'm being facetious, but like, I don't know. It's just, this is just strange because like when you come from like America, right? And how dating is like here, it's just night and day. I've always had moderate success dating, but not like this. Like, and I don't even know if I can fully call this success because I'm so skeptical. Um, but I say all that to say I wouldn't trade it for anything. Filipino women can stalk me all they want. And I'm
I'm
not
glad he come
joking.
to that
If
conclusion.
I'm being real,
I'm glad he come to that conclusion. It did seem like he was bitching about the wrong shit.
if we're talking about being stalked and harassed versus dating American women or modern women, sign me up. Keep stalking me. Matter of fact, next time, just let me know when you're taking a video of me so I can give you my good side, so I can smile. I look kind of chunky and weird in those videos they took. Just give me the heads up, so I can look good. But hey, if you made it this far, please join the Discord. Let me know if you guys have anything you want me to react to, and I would love to do that. That would give me something to give you guys in the meantime while we wait for the next episode to come out. Also, speaking of episode, join my Patreon.
Okay, so
I'll upload
we
my
have the add-on.
videos there early.
I had a bigger apartment when I was there, and I'm frugal, so I want to know how much that costs. Actually, that seemed like a nice spot. I mean, if I could save some bread per day and get a smaller spot, I'm with it. I'm with it. Black women tend to attract feminine men a lot, no matter the race. Really, you might be onto something there. Other races want a man who is actually masculine. Might be onto something there. Dudes are so used to dealing with black women that they are scared when other women show interest. Yeah, I mean, and it manifests itself in a whole bunch of different ways. Like low standards. I've seen it before. We do take low standards to other countries. Like black women leave their imprint on black men. And we sometimes come off as very weird to other women. No matter how attractive you are, if they see you with a woman that they don't deem attractive, they question your judgment. Like we do a lot of shit, and it's designed that way. They like, listen, I'm gonna fuck you up. I am going to make you out to be something that is not desirable to any other group of women out there. Let me show you something. Hold on. I'm getting it together. But well, here, I'll just say it so I don't have to do a whole video on it. But or bring up a whole screen on it. But gold teeth, for example. Gold teeth. Shit like that is not attractive to anybody but black women. If you have gold teeth in your mouth, I mean, it's not necessarily going to turn off other groups of women, but it's definitely going to come off as a little weird to them. Having a whole fucking afro on your face. You go to the rank and file Becky with that, and she's looking at you weird. Like, I mean, have you seen Suge Knight with Becky? I mean, the shit's like, what the fuck? Just the whole Lil Wayne persona is not on a visual level appealing to any group of women but black women. They encourage these things so they can have exclusive rights to you. So if you ever find yourself like in another place with a mouth of gold teeth, full of gold teeth, a weird ass smile, squinting while you talk, and dreads that's longer than your woman's weave. I'm talking about a broke Lil Wayne. I mean, Lil Wayne, don't he have like 20 baby mamas? He got with just about everything, including Christina Milian, who I wanted to smash. They set you up to fail with every other race of women. That's my point. Wearing your pants to show your underwear. That's not appealing to Becky. They make it a point to encourage you to do shit that is deliberately a turnoff to Becky. So they see the grill, they see the gold teeth, they see all the other crazy shit, and they're like, oh yeah, he never gonna leave me for Becky. This man is committed to Keisha. And that's why when they see a brother like that who have tattoos, but he's not on the other weird shit, then they looking like, okay, he's gonna find himself a non-black woman unless we humble him, unless we humble the hell out of him, to where when he meets other groups of women, he thinks that the attention that they give him is weird. They fuck you up mentally and physically, so you are unfit for other groups of women. That is their goal. That is their goal. They are assuring that you are unfit for, so you will not have, so they won't have to compete. It is what it is. That's why you don't really see hood guys in IR relationships. They can't adjust. No, they can't adjust. The only time you're going to see it is if the woman of another group is into hood dudes. But that's rare, and those aren't women who are necessarily in the hood dudes. They're just into discount dick. Meaning that this hood dude on a base level is more attractive than any white dude that they could find. Like if she wasn't with, Leroy with the gold teeth, she would be with Cletus with no teeth. Those are the pairings that, that comes out of that. Take what's her name? In fact, I think I got a picture, dude. So let me see if I can find that. I could have swore I just seen it. This one's from 4 days ago. Hold on, let me see if I could. Videos. Okay, I don't see it. So there's a woman named Soraya Brooks. Y'all probably seen her. I know I covered her on my show, but she's been married to her black husband for quite some time. And I thought I seen a video with a picture of him in the thumbnail for like 20 years now. She's 40, even though she don't necessarily look it, especially for a white woman. And he don't meet that aesthetic. In fact, I'm just type in husband. That's what I'll do. I'm gonna go to Google and see if I can find her husband. Hold on. Man, I can't spell her name for shit. So, here, copy and paste it. But yeah, he don't meet that aesthetic. So what black women will do is, before Soraya Brooks meet the guy, they'll make sure that, that he's on some weirdo shit. Because they know that she wouldn't have fucked with him if he was on some gold teeth Lil Wayne shit. They know that. So that's their way of preparing. And same thing with like really most interracial relationships you see are like that. Like, like Michael Jordan's, Tiger Woods' dads, Barack Obama's dad. Like, when you see the dude with a slim-waisted woman, he's typically not on that bullshit. So black women will tell you that the thing that other women find attractive, they don't find attractive. So, really, you just made a beacon of yourself. They're like, okay, This guy we know is going to be exclusively ours because he's doing all this shit to appeal to. It's like Robert Perkins, or who used to go by the name the nigga with the tattoos. He made himself out to be appealing to only one demographic of women, and that's why Cynthia G had a baby by him, or she got impregnated by him. That's how that works. You see the hustle? But if they can't fuck up your image, and that's why you have the Austin Hollimans of the world, who's completely mentally fucked. And I'm not even going to speak on his upbringing because I think we all know that may have been a factor. So there's no need to go there. But so this is their husband. This is her husband. She flew him in when she was like 18. You think she would have did that if he did all the weird shit that, black women try to get dudes to do? You think she would have did that if he had like a whole afro on his face? If he had a mouthful of gold teeth? If he was all dreaded up? If he talked like Nelly when Nelly's drunk? You think she would have did that? They set you up to fail with other women. Don't fall for it. All right, black women are trying to lie on their husbands, saying he was locked up. Where did that come from? Yeah, I've been following Soraya's content for almost 2 years now. Before she blew up, black women have been attacking her for years. She's been booed up her whole adult life like a normal human being. Only black women wait until they're fucking 49 years old to start looking looking to get booed up. I mean, you're selling rotten peaches at that point. It's like a grocery store that waits after the expiration date before they start selling milk, wondering why nobody fucking shopped there. They're that type of stupid. And it's unfortunate, but which is why channels like mine exist, and of course much larger channels exist. It's because we have to show the world, we as black men, we have to show the world that it's not us that's dysfunctional. Because black women will really the whole thing is to convince other women that black men are dysfunctional and to stay away. But if they don't fear they clan daddy and they still come to my dick, what in the fuck make you think they're gonna fear you? No, I just read it right. Other races of women see how dysfunctional black women are too. No, I make these videos so they can see how dysfunctional they are. Because they see the dysfunction. Like, a nigga acting niggerish is not is a dysfunction. It would be a turnoff, but I'm going to make it clear, like, listen, he was groomed to behave that way in order to put you off of his dick, which is where you belong. And you know it. Black women have been trying to take black men's penis out the mouths of other women for years, unsuccessfully. Now they could be successful in doing it by simply putting it in their mouth first, but they don't because they're stupid. Dudes are so used to dealing with black women that they are scared when other. Yeah, I think I covered that. And then there's also this perception that if you stay away from other women, black women will suck your dick. Ha! They used to do chaperones in many parts of Latin America. Really? I'm trying to think. Many Latin women I met through men. Like men that I play dominoes with, men that I play chess with, and shit like that, you know. And I'm thinking that they call them too or text them, you know. Like you could be chilling, you know, talking to some Latin dudes, and then like out of nowhere, you know, a chick in a short skirt will come up with her lips freshly glossed and shit, which is how I met the woman I was telling y'all the story about. Would just come out of nowhere and sit next to you. And at first you're thinking like, you know, she's a working girl. But nope, that's their cousin. Yeah. So I guess he is working as a de facto chaperone at that point. But no, I can't say that they actually just brought another woman who's around the same age or maybe a little older to do that. And that's because, and I think the reason for that, and I can't speak on the past, but I think the reason for that, Eric, is they're not as docile as the Filipinas. Filipino women are pleasers, meaning that if you ask or tell them to do something that they're not comfortable with, they are a little reluctant to make that point clear to you. And I don't want anybody to do anything that they're not comfortable with, but they probably just are not willing to voice that. So it is good that they have someone who is a little bit more, you know, aggressive to say that for them, to speak for them. But Latin women, they'll tell you. They'll tell you. They don't seem, for the most part, they don't seem like they really need another person to say, you know, to say no, essentially. To put limits and boundaries on it. Take the attention. Yeah, he did. I see y'all said, yeah. What's going on, Lion? Yeah, she's a good Catholic girl. Yeah, exactly. She's mode 1. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. After watching Austin, I want to go to Kenya even less. You know, it's funny because I never didn't want to go to Kenya. Kenya was never first on my list. Let's put it like this. If the continent of Africa and the continent of South America were to switch places before I started traveling, I would have went to Africa first. But it does cost 3 to 4 times more to get there. And not only that, I just, you know, when I'm on a plane that long, it's going to be worth my while. So it means that I would have to take like a month off of work to enjoy myself, because that's a long plane ride. And sometimes I'll take a trip to South America for like a week or so, but a large portion of that time would be spent on the plane. You go to Africa. So I never really didn't have a desire to go to Kenya. And besides, like Kenyan women and Nigerian women are, or at least they used to. I don't know if they do that now, but in college, back when we got exchange students for them, they will always talk about how much they wanted black men to go. Always, they was like, the women there would love you, And so I was talking to this one Kenyan woman, right? She was married, but she was just explaining to me, like, she was like, the women would love you there and the thugs will hate you there. But before that, she was telling me the story. She was telling me about how different they were and how they had rules like, if you are caught sleeping with a man that, or caught alone with a man that's not your husband, you would be considered a prostitute in their culture. This was late 90s, early 2000s. And I was like, oh, dang, they strict there, And she was telling me how she had like 20 some odd brothers and sisters, one father, and he had a bunch of wives. And they were so poor that they would only eat meat on a holiday. In fact, they knew it was a holiday because that was the day they got meat. So they ate meat like we eat cake. And I was like, man, he had a bunch of wives with not very much money. And then her mother was granted a divorce, and then she married like a colonel in the military there, and that's how she got the education she needed, and that's how she became an exchange student here in the States. But I'm going too deep into detail. One of the things that she said that kind of sparked my interest and made me want to consider Kenya was that she said, if you go there and you talk with that accent, the women will just throw themselves all over you. I was like, wait, but you told me that, if they're with a man that they're not married to, everybody would say she's a prostitute. She was like, they don't care. I was like, damn. She's like, they don't care. They don't care. They would gladly do that. I was like, damn. This was over 20 years ago, so maybe things changed, but no, I did want to go. But what's interesting is they were saying that about everywhere. Because things were so good in the States, the whole concept of passport bros really people didn't think about that. At least I didn't even think about that until shit started getting weird around 2015, like really weird. But prior to that, I'm looking back and it was always there. I was always being told stuff. And this because we have an immigrant population in the Bay Area of California. So they would always tell you, like, if you were in my country, ... If you were in this came from Asian women, maybe not, we didn't really have many European women, but this came from like Asian women, this came from African women, this came from, Latin women, who were Mexican, but they made it clear that things would be great if you were in my country. Their whole thing was like, they preface everything with, if you were in my country, then ... And I just put it in my mind, but then I put it out my mind because it's like, things are pretty decent in this country. And now they're not. So now I'm looking like, hey, so is that offer that you was talking about, if I was in your country, does that still stand? And it do. So there you go. But back to Kenya. I never really considered like not going there until Austin just fucked it up and made it seem like a place where like, niggas go to get validated by invalid women. Like that's what it seems like now. Ethiopian women never fucking said if you were in my country. I wish they did, because god damn Ethiopian broads are bad. I wish they said that, but it don't apply there. Um, what they did make clear is that if you were in my country, they wouldn't fuck with you because you're not a devout Christian and you're damn near a heathen. That's what they did make clear. Yeah, they destroyed. Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you think we went from Sidney Poitier to Lil Wayne? Or what's that nigga? What's that nigga who was grabbing his mama ass? Little Yachty or some shit like that? Yeah, they fuck up your image. This man grabbed his mama ass. I did a video on that. If black women in Africa wore their natural hair and were basically Americanized, and were basically American black women without fake hair and shit, I would go, but they are the same as Americans with cheaper weaves. Yeah, okay. Here's the problem with African women. In many parts of Africa, I should say. And this is the same problem with Jamaican women. Save Chantel. If you speak English, you're fucked. If you speak English anywhere in the world, you are fucked. Because that is what is fucking up women. The entertainment that we use. So, the movies, the television shows, if you can go to Africa and the bitch know who Medea is and she likes it, then you're fucked. That whole population is fucked. It's tainted. And they watch Medea and shit like that because they speak English and they could do that. You go to countries like in Latin America where English is a second language, then you don't really have that problem to the extent, like they just in the imageries of America. They're not really sitting down watching the shit for, 6 hours a day or however much TV these bras watch. They're not doing that because it's confusing and they don't understand it. I remember I was in Dominican and I thought that I would share some culture with the chick I was seeing. So we was in bed and I pulled my laptop out and I put on the movie The Best Man Holiday. Now, The Best Man Holiday is it starts off where they show scenes from the wedding in part one. Like with Taye Diggs and Morris Chestnut. And you know what she was saying? She was saying, is that your cousin? Is that your brother? Is that your family? She thought I was showing her family videos. She never heard of these people. She don't know shit about the culture. And that's good. That's good. They're still into their own culture. Cap. I've been to Brazil. They do not. They do not. They watch Chucky. As weird as it sounds, they do not watch American television. They watch shit like Chucky. I laid in bed and watched Chucky as if it was new. Not part one, part two, where he was in the ROTC or military school or something like that. They do, GC. They even said, listen, I'm not going to prove a negative. I'm not going to try to prove a negative. What I will say is that the language barrier is so strong there. They don't take time out to learn English. So yeah, there are outliers, just like there are Portuguese speaking Americans, but for the most part, they're not about that. They're not about that. I don't see that at all. Just like I don't watch Telemundo. Yeah. I wouldn't watch translated Telemundo. I'm not saying that they're aware, but I'm just saying, like, it's yeah, I don't see them watching like hours of it. But hey, we agree to disagree. Ethiopians are anti-black. I don't think so. That hasn't been my experience. It's my experience that they're anti-nigga. And yes, I did have to, because I'm a nerd, but that doesn't stop some first generation Ethiopian fathers from being protective of their daughters and seeing me as a nigga regardless, even though I have no nigga markings other than my skin color. But they are anti-nigga, as most of the world is, which is why, once again, black women encourage their men to behave in a niggerish way. Because if he didn't, then those Ethiopian girls will start looking at him if he's a nerd. So yeah, I did have to drop Ethiopian girl off down the street. Do you think 8 years of Obama helped the ethnic image of black men? Is there female equivalent? I don't. As I understand, I don't think Africans really liked Obama like that. And I think that it was, he didn't advertise it to Americans, but I think that he had he was trying to force incompatible parts of our culture onto them in exchange for aid. Like in many countries in Africa, being gay is illegal. Which is really none of my business as an American. But for whatever reason, Barack Obama thought it was some of his business. So he's like, listen, if you want to continue to get aid from us, you have to make sucking dick legal, which is a very strange thing to say. And I get the feeling, this is just from talking to people from abroad and, having friends that are from the continent. I think that they just found him to be like a fucking weird ass, creepy ass nigga. That's what I'm gathering. Like, I don't have a huge sample population, but that might be the sentiment in many countries, that he was on some weird shit. Yeah, you got to be Christian. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm Methodist Baptist, but I'm not, really about that life to where I could pass as if I take it seriously to a devout Christian woman. I'm not. So, yeah. King Pigs, UK bros got it bad. That's why 50% of them marry out. Huh. Didn't know that. Black women complain that they don't wear their hair because of job opportunities, and white men. But you go to Black African countries and it's still women wearing weaves. Yeah, they just want to wear weaves. Is what it is. They want to wear weaves. and listen to American music. I did see that in Colombia, but that they were actually in a club that played American music. So I'm assuming that the women there actually like American music, or they're they like American men and they learned American music to appeal to American men. This is true because American empire literally does whatever they want to. Their country is what it is. They live inside the empire. Some love us, some hate us. Okay. Okay. Well, I already covered that one. Let's see. The Africans have some stank booties. I don't know what it is, but the fat asses don't have a shape like its diapers. Um. Okay. I'd have to go to know that. Um, I've had African lovers and girlfriends, um, but they are here, so I don't know what they'll be like there. So maybe, maybe not. Most older ones are not like that. Okay. When you're an upstanding black guy, they would rather their daughter marry a low level white guy. I'm thinking, I don't have any relative comparison. I do suspect, and I think you're talking about Ethiopians here, that they would prefer most of all that they marry an Ethiopian guy. I gather. I don't really see like white lust amongst Ethiopians. And this whole white lust thing is a relatively new thing. So I could be wrong. But even still, they're just following a trend that just so happens to. It seems like every race has their turns. We had our turn. Now it's the white guy's turn. Hopefully, Asians, hopefully for their sake, Asian dudes will have their turn next. I don't think it's the Ethiopian women, but their families. Yeah, I was just saying that. Yeah. I don't know if you put that up before I said it, but yeah. In a sport where being lightweight helps, you black women will still go out their way to buy weave. Yeah, don't they have like runners with weaves? I think you're onto something there. Yeah, correct. When foreign black people don't like black people, they don't like low class American Black American culture. Yeah, yeah, they don't. It's really just, and this is because I don't participate in that culture. I know this. Like, I don't have any problems with the parents of non-black people who probably would have a problem with their daughter being with a nigga. So yeah, but no, I mean, being a kid that had no problem showing a chick's parents their report card, wasn't a big deal. In fact, I'll never forget. And when I say never forget, this is from a long time ago. Shit, probably like 35 years ago. It was either Maury Povich or Jerry Springer when they had more serious shows. And they had like a redneckiest. I think it was Jerry Springer because he was Jewish and he used to bring on like white people that was on that race shit because they was also on the anti-Semitic stuff. And you know, typical stereotypical redneckish white dude, you know, look like he grew up in like the rural area. Looks like he hunts deer and shit and eat it. And his daughter was there and she was dressed in like urban attire, you know, the dark lipstick and shit like that. And she had a black boyfriend and he was, you know, no, it was Montel Williams. It was Montel Williams. And the reason why I noticed is because he said out of his own redneckish mouth, he said, I wouldn't mind if she was to get with a black man like you. I'll never forget that. He's like, listen, I have no problems if she was to get with a black man like you. It wasn't that, you know, his you know, his XXX jug drinking ass did not care if her daughter was with a black man if he was like Montel Williams. So yeah, he was anti nigga shit. He wasn't anti black man. Only thing about Ethiopian women is if you have a kid with them, you run the risk of having an ugly ass son with a big forehead. Yeah, and your son may be little too by American standards. The world is anti ninja. A lot of Africans are specifically anti Black Americans because they want to be seen as separate from us. Well, they want to be seen as separate from us is because we're not necessarily seen as separate from niggas. Nevertheless, I get your point. Once Barack Obama got elected, he should have dumped Michelle, got with a white woman, and switched parties. That would be fucked up. The CIA would have got him, but he would have went out like a martyr. You're the only black man I've seen say this besides me. Their bodies are usually shaped weird. No, I like African bodies. I do. I like them a lot more than I like Asian bodies. I think it's due to their diet. I agree to disagree on that one. Blacks still haven't had their turn. It depends on how old you are. Um, but we had a good 30-year run, at least. We had the 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s. So I can't say that. But if you're 25, then no, you didn't have a turn. Austin didn't have a turn. Yeah, true. Yeah, I seen plenty of track runners wear weave. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, had a huge weave when she first got famous. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the one everybody talking about now. Um, it's embarrassing when you go to social media, see a black woman get into a fight, and she's bald when she removes her wig. I'm not embarrassed. I mean, that's why I disassociate myself. So I could always say, I say with pride, I'm not with the niggas. I'm not with the niggas. You know, because it is embarrassing. You know, um, I was in San Francisco with a colleague of mine back when I worked there, and homeless black man, just took a shit straight on the street, right there in front of everybody, ass out, took a shit. Yeah, that's embarrassing. I mean, he never seen no Indian homeless man take a shit on the middle of the San Francisco street. That shit's embarrassing. I'm not with that nigga. He has a whole set of problems. That's not mine. I shit in toilets. Jerry Springer bringing Triple K dudes to speak crazy. Yeah, he used to do that. His show used to be a serious show. It devolved. I mean, it was still entertaining. Like it was just entertaining in a different way when it devolved into, you know, trailer park shit. But I still liked it. I still watched it. I still fucked with Jerry. But no, prior to that, he used to have like more serious topics. Some of you aren't old enough to remember. Kevin and King picks, speaking of track. What's up with all these Keishas abusing their men and having meltdowns? Keisha's confused right now. All right. I was downtown today on the train and saw a black woman with 3 kids, and she was pregnant and had no bra with booty shorts. You know, I was at Target yesterday and I seen a black woman with 3 kids, 2 kids, but she was pregnant with the third. And I was happy because, you know, the little girl who was in the cart, you know, she smiled at me and, you know, she was just so adorable and sweet. And the woman was married, she had a ring on, and, you know, and the boy was in the, so in a shopping cart, there's a seat and then there's the part where you normally put the groceries. He was in that part. So I was like, okay, she, you know, and you could tell that the husband is black because the kids were black. I was like, okay, I like to see more of this. Plan, he was a small hat. They like to instigate the white versus black conflicts while they sit back and watch. No, I can't put that on Jerry. I can't put that on him because they had some choice words. Not all of them. Most of them were tame, but you know, they did not overlook the fact that he was Jewish. These are the queens of poverty and self-hate. Yeah. That's when you hear white people say, you're not like other black people. I have a, I have a, I've come across. Okay. LOL. All right. I actually got that. I got that from this woman who, she had to be all of 104 years old. And I know she's not alive now. And she just straight up told me, you know, so she was under the belief that black neighbors were hired by Russians to bully her out of her condo so they could get it at a discount. And she would always have some foul shit to say. And she was like, yeah, they're not like you, GC, you know. I'm like, okay, you know. And she was actually what Kevin Samuels was talking about on the whole buy a dog and die alone type thing. She embodied that. And you know what she actually said? Because apparently she curbed the dude like years ago. And judging by her age, if she was alive, she would probably be like 130 right now. But judging by her age, like then, probably when she was 20, which means that this was like 1930 or some shit like that. Uh, she met a dude that she curved, and he became like a news reporter and then a news anchor. And she said his name. You know, I want to say like Lou Dobbs, but I know it wasn't him. But just imagine like somebody of that age group, if they were alive today, you know, like one of those guys, you know. And apparently he was interested. He asked her to marry him, and she was like, "No, I'm young and pretty, and you know, I could do better." And you know what she did? She actually tried to get me because she was old and she didn't understand the limits of the internet, and she just assumed that a young engineer would know how to fucking stalk a famous news anchor. And she's like, get me in touch with blah blah blah, whatever the fuck his name was, and I think I could get him to marry me. It probably was Walter Cronkite or something like that. I'm like, wait, what? She was gonna call with her 90-year-old pussy, like, hey, big head, you don't have to worry about my teeth getting in the way anymore. I was like, God damn, shit is real. I had to break into her house like 3 times because she locked herself out. And she had like stacks and stacks of newspaper, and I don't know what the fuck that was about. So, yeah, ladies, if you're listening, don't grow up to be her. That was just some ill shit if I ever seen it. I couldn't even get mad. Shit was so bad. Like if she called me one of the good ones, I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm just helping an old person, like the Boy Scouts taught me. Like, what the fuck, you know? This is the worst case scenario. All right, let's see what else I have to say. If she's alive, I'm gonna marry a white woman because if she's still alive, then that means that you know they got some longevity going on. Women are the main people. They usually are the ones that's doing DV, domestic violence in relationships. Now you get an Asian woman. You get an Asian woman on African American culture diet. They'll have the perfect body. Black women are old. That's their problem. It's not that they are genetically ugly. It's just that they don't start dating until they are ugly as fuck. So what winds up happening is you're comparing like a black woman in her mid to late 30s with a whiter Asian woman in their teens and early 20s. You don't even see them when they're young and hot. You know, you don't see them like in regular places that you meet people. That's because they don't really start until later. So of course they're fatter and they're more fucked up, both mentally and physically. It's like if you're selling apples and I'm selling oranges, but you sell your apples the moment they get picked. I wait 2 weeks to sell my oranges. That's black women. They wait till after the shit expired and then put it on the market. Like K. Michelle. She's not, you know, She's not an unattractive woman, but she's on the mating market now, and she wasn't before. Hold on. K Michelle's 43 years old, talking about she's out looking for Brad, talking about how Brad treats her. He treats you like a 43-year-old fucking woman. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can compete with other 43-year-old white women, but you can't compete with 23-year-old white women, and that's what they're going for because they're on the market at a younger age. You're in the market with younger women. Yeah, but King picks, yeah, but only a few urban black women make it to that level, yet they are the only ones. No non-black women have the same issue. Okay. I need some context. I'm just skip past that. I've seen Indians do far worse, not in Silicon Valley, not in the Bay Area. I mean, and it's not that Indians are, listen, it's not that they're saints or anything like that. It's just that, no president in my lifetime has ever sent an invitation to fucking, curb shitting Indians. That's just something we don't do. You have to earn a visa. And you don't earn it by shitting on the curb. Like, if we're looking for somebody to deport, it'll be the first one that shits on the curb. But no, in their country, I'm pretty sure they have a bunch of curb shitters. In fact, as I understand it, the whole country smells like shit. So I don't doubt that it exists, but just like with Africa, we only import the best. Which is why in their country they got flies on their face, but in our country they doctors and shit. That's why we only import the best. It's kind of black man's time now. Well, it's less. It's less, and white guys are being promoted by all women more so. Yeah. With many of the white women not responding and immigrants coming in, black men will be the model minority. We got to get our money right, and we got to stop acting like niggas. You'll never be the model minority with a large concentration of niggas in your population. You're not. Wow, poor thing was brainwashed, shaking my head to no like mess with black men. LOL. Who you talking about? My neighbor? You talking about the old woman that lives across the street? I don't know what her deal is. I mean, I get it. I mean, she's old. I mean, but yeah. Oh, there wasn't 6'2". I don't think they was even looking for that. She was trying to call him like, operator, get me in contact with a sharp black man met in the 30s. No, I don't think he was black. Like I remember like vaguely knowing the dude or knowing of the dude that she was talking about. Like I heard his name, like Walter Cronkite, but I don't know if that was him. Like I heard his name, like Pete Jennings or some shit like that. Like like I know I heard his name vaguely, and I remember him being like an old white dude, like Pat Sajak on Wheel of Fortune type dude. I remember like vaguely knowing his name as an old white dude, who's not around anymore. I doubt it, but she really wanted me to like do some hacker magic and find her hey big head. And you want to know what's fucked up? I wish I could have, just so I could see how that played out. I wish I could have seen how that played out. Then I would have like a better story to tell y'all. You know, if I lied on stories, I would have just made up a lie. Her old ass called this man, and he was like, "Bitch, it's been 100 years. Now you want some dick." Ah, shit. Said that's why I said I'm kinda. It's not on top, but besides white, black men still okay. Black men are and probably always will be on top in our tax bracket. Meaning that if we weren't broke, we would be on actual top. If white men had our money, they would be on the bottom. If yeah. But as far as like response per dollar, we are on top, but that's per dollar. Kind of like, you know, I am the champion in my weight class type deal. We are the champions in our social economic class. In high school, it was nothing for us to go pick up attractive white/Latin girls. If we wanted it, was literally easy relationships or otherwise. Yeah, I remember that. But you know, that's definitely not the case now, or else Austin wouldn't fly his ass to Africa. So you know. All right, you'll catch up. That's what's up. What up, Scott? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. All right, so I'm caught up. Let me get something to eat. It was great talking to y'all. I'm put this on members only because it ran kind of long. But yeah, thank you for the cash app, or excuse me, for the super chat to Eric. And yeah, this GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.